Six chill, for real.
Judith. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up. Who gon' rouse me up?
Shalom Yasharallah.
Shalom.
Welcome to another Shabbat morning class here with ISBHBK. We are located at 8524 South Braeswood Boulevard, Houston, Texas, zip code 77071. The class times and days are Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Mondays and Wednesdays being from 7 to 9 p.m., Friday from 6 to 8, Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. We ask that you do like, share, and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Hidden Truth Bible Show, Israelite Media Corps, all that if you haven't already. We also have a school in Norfolk, Virginia. The address out there is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, zip code 23517. Class times and days, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to their channel as well out there in Norfolk, Virginia. And then we also have a school in San Antonio, Texas. The address out there being 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, zip code 78218. Class times and days out there is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 7:30 p.m. to about 10:30 p.m. And then Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. as well. And then we also have a congregation in Rochester, New York, working on a building out there. So if you'd like to get in touch with the congregation out there in Rochester, New York, it's 757-762-3917. Their class times and days is the same as Virginia, 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And Shabbat morning classes from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. as well. Also, we do ask that you like, share, and subscribe to Mashaba's Raw Talk Radio. That's every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 10 a.m. They got a lot of different archives on there, so you can scroll through a lot of different classes, man. A lot of different classes. As y'all can see, man, we do flood the airways. And, you know, I found myself recently, I give myself maybe 30 minutes of TV watching and music listening to time a day probably, and that's just me watching sports highlights and watching the news. Other than that, after that, for the most part, I'm listening to Virginia's class, I'm listening to San Antonio's class, I'm feeding myself with some form of information, you know what I'm saying? Feeding myself with some form of class, some form of scriptures, some form of teaching. And me personally, it's kept me, it's helped. I'll just say it like that. It's kept me in a great meditation, a great space of meditation, and it's kept away a lot of the negative energy, you know? So I recommend it to everybody else. Do the same, man. Also, we do have Israel wear, so if you'd like to have a custom garment made, of course you already know, hit up Israel wear. You can get a nice custom garment made. We do have a fringed up subscription for $35. You'll get a nice fringed up shirt every month. And for $75, you'll get the shirt and the headband, the matching headband that goes with it. So if you haven't applied for fringed up, you should probably apply, man. Get the fringed up game going. My closet looks nice. I look at my closet and like every shirt is fringed. When your fringed shirts outnumber the shirts that don't have fringes, you're doing something right. So I got options. That's all I'll say. So brothers and sisters, you know, you sign up to Fringed Up, you'll be able to have options. So, also, you know, we do have the Hebrew Academy. Rochester does it every Monday. Here in Houston, we do it every Tuesday, and in Virginia, they do it every Wednesday. That's for every brother that's trying to take it to the next level. You know, that's one of the processes that you have to take it to the next level. If you'd like to contact any of the priests, God Priest Kazaka, his number is 757-300-4047. Priest Kwatazab, his number is 303-557-8979. We ask that you text only during class. If you'd like to support the business is sweetambiance.com. You know, and if you'd like to give a donation, you can send it to any of the school addresses. You can send it to the links. The link should be on the screen. The account number should be on the screen. So if you'd like to help out in any way, shape, or form, you're more than welcome to. And whatever it is that you'd like to send in, man, menorahs, Torahs, ram's horns, anything that helps with the streaming process, you know, hey, it's greatly appreciated. So with that, we would like to, that's it for the announcements. So with that, let's go ahead and get the Sabbath service going. Everybody, Aymadyam Oponya Yerushalayim. Aymadyam Oponya Yerushalayim. Alrighty. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Salakia. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah.
Talanawa.
Awar. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
And that's bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives us the light this day. Thank you, so be it. And the lighting of the candles represent the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Also it says in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
Come. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. Talanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. Thawara. Aman.
And that's bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. Psalms 141 in verse 2 says, let my prayer be set before thee as incense.
Yes, sir. That was Tahoam, y'all, not me.
They thought you came up online.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahawa'ah. Talanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Thawara. Aman.
And that's bless you Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Alright, this is Psalms chapter 1. Anashai, Ayanyam Yai, Al Hahoryam, Naaya, Yabawa'ah, Aizarya, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shamayam, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanatan, Lamawat, Ragalya, Yala'a, Nawam, Shasha Wamar, Yashar Allah, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Ayel, Yum Yum Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamar, Napashya, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakya, Wa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'aid, Wa'iwalam, Aman.
Psalm chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
All right, this Lord's Prayer can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Oh, Salakia. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yehovah Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yehovah Chai.
Yahweh Chai.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yehovah Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yehovah Chai.
Yahweh Chai.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yehovah Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yehovah Chai.
Yahweh Chai.
Which is here, Israel. Yahweh, our power, Yahweh is one.
Ha'ishra.
Ha'ishra.
Matazawa.
Matazawa.
Oh, Slakia. I'm trying to go off the dome, y'all. Now it's the Our Father prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwazka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Nathalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalach Noah, Chababwath Noah, Kasalach Noah, Chababwath Yanawa, Wala'ah, Nabaya Noah, Manasaya 1, Abo, Awashaya Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Amalakwa, Wa'ala, Wa'atapara, La'iwalanya, Amen.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'ishra,
Ha'ishra,
Atazawa,
Zawa, the Ten Commandments.
La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Elahayim, Acharyim, Al-Panya,
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
La'ah, Da'isha, Laka, Pasol, Wala'ah, Da'ibadam,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
La'ah, Dalakwak'at, Shem, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Salakia. I messed up on the 2. Yeah. Thou shalt not make any graven image nor serve them.
That was number 2.
3. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
All right, number 4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabar, Abakar, Wa'amakar.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah, Naratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah, Dana'ap.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah, Zaganab.
not steal.
La'ah, ta'inah,
Ta'inah,
shakur.
Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness to thy neighbor.
La'ah, tachaman,
Tachaman,
kol,
kol,
asherah,
asherah,
lara'aika.
Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshavim, which means to be seated.
Alright, y'all. Welcome to another Shabbat class. Another good reading. Of course, every week is a good reading. We'll be starting in Numbers chapter 19 and verse 1. Of course, y'all know last week we read about Korah and Dathan and you know, that whole family getting swallowed up. Hey, can somebody bring me a Gadite flyer? A Gadite flyer, please. Yeah. No, see, candles. So yeah, man. So as y'all can see, we're almost done with Numbers, and after Numbers is what? Deuteronomy, and we'll be done with the Torah. So we're moving, man. We are definitely moving. So with that, let's get the first reader up. Who would like to be the first reader? That works. Who wants to be the first reader? Anybody?
I got you.
Anybody? All right.
Oh, okay.
All right. Ready? What you want to go?
I'm on Isaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharella.
I'm on Izar, Shabbat Tashal, Yehoda, Ban Yashar'ala, Men of Israel, Imadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Let's do it. All right, so we'll be starting in Numbers chapter 19, verse 1. It's not that long of a reading. Yeah, it's not that long of a reading, so. So Numbers 19 and 1. That's what we want.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Numbers chapter 19 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law which the Lord had commanded, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, that they bring thee a red heifer without spot, wherein is no blemish, and upon which never came yoke. And ye shall give her unto Eleazar the priest, that he may bring her forth without the camp, and one shall slay her before his face.
So that's a red heifer. Y'all know what a red heifer is. That's a cow. So the cow wasn't supposed to have any spots, no blemish, and it was red. And they were going to slay the cow, and when they slayed it, it was going to be pretty much for I don't want to jump, but it's going to be for a cleansing. Go ahead.
Verse 4.
Uh-huh.
And Eleazar the priest shall take of her blood with his finger,
Uh-huh.
and sprinkle of her blood directly before the tabernacle of the congregation 7 times. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight, her skin and her flesh and her blood, with her dung shall he burn. And the priest shall take the cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. And the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his flesh in water. And afterward he shall come into the camp, and the priest shall be unclean until the even.
So when the priest do that cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet, all of those are cleaning agents. So you'll throw that in the midst of it. So they're pretty much making a cleaning concoction, a cleaning, I guess ritual you could say. Go ahead.
And he that burned her shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his flesh in water, and shall be clean until the even.
Go ahead.
Or shall be unclean until the even. And a man that is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up without the camp in the clean place. And it shall be kept for the congregation of the children of Israel, for a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. And he that gathered the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the even. And it shall be unto the children of Israel, and unto the stranger that sojourneth among them, for a statute forever.
So it was a water of separation. It is a purification for sin. So what they were doing with the heifer and the cedar wood and the hyssop and the scarlet, it was a purification. It was a purification. I don't want to use the word ritual, but I guess is that the word to use?
Yeah.
It was a purification ritual that we were using for whenever you came into contact with somebody that was dead, which we'll read about. Go ahead.
Verse 11. He that toucheth the body of any man shall be unclean 7 days.
The dead body of any man.
Oh, forgive me.
Go ahead.
He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day. And on the 7th day he shall be clean.
So on the 3rd day, after touching or after coming in contact with somebody that passed away, on the 3rd day you were supposed to get yourself purified by this. And then you'll still be unclean, but on the 7th day you'll end up being clean. Go ahead.
But if he purified not himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean.
So if you didn't do it on the 3rd day, then on the 7th day you'll still be unclean. Go ahead.
And now here's the thing.
Oh.
Here's the thing. They didn't discover. Esau didn't discover this until like the 1800s, until like 1864 or something.
To like watch yourself.
Yeah. What would happen is the guys would be doing an autopsy on one body, and they have to go deliver a baby, and so they go put their hands in a bowl of water. And it's standing water. They just rub their hands around in a bowl of water and go deliver somebody's baby. And they was killing 1/3 of children that were being born. Every 1 out of 3 was dying because they catch some weird disease from the man not washing his hands in running water, like the scriptures say. Y'all see that? Or if he touched a dead body, he was supposed to be unclean 7 days. So he wasn't supposed to be around nothing else. No giving birth to children and all that. You see that? So you had a separate. That's why Esau now, you got a mortician, right? And then you got a obstetrician, or what do they call them? OBGYN, right? You got them that are supposed to deliver babies. Now it's separate. But before, the same guy that opened your dead body was going and delivering your baby and killing your son. Y'all see that?
That's wild.
But if they would obey the scriptures, they would already seen it right there. That those are supposed to be 2 separate people. Y'all see that?
Okay.
So if they don't, so if he does not purify himself on the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Does that mean he has to start the cycle all over again and then go a full 7 days? Okay.
Verse 13. Whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead, and purify it not himself, defileth the tabernacle of the Most High.
Well, you know what's cool about what you're saying though is like, if you wash your hands in a bowl of water, obviously that water is filthy.
Yeah.
Like if you're not like
obvious to us.
Yeah, if you're not like throwing away that water and putting up a new thing.
Yeah. But if you're raised in the Caucasus Mountains and you was bathing your whole family in a little bowl of water, then that's clean to you.
Gone. Doc?
Yeah, that reminded me like of how you were saying, you're talking about how they all bathed in the same bath, and then the baby was the last one to get bathed, and he was in the dirty water. That's where the don't throw the baby out with the bath water came from. Because you couldn't see the baby in the bath water.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
I'm a die.
You heard that?
I've heard
She
but I
was-
didn't know that that's
Bath water,
why,
yeah.
Makes sense, huh?
Oh man, your reaction was so priceless.
Oh, no, no. I did not know that's why they said that. Oh.
13 tribes in there. You know, it's funny. This is why it's very important for y'all to actually get the books that brothers be talking about, because I would always hear it, and then I'm sitting there reading the 13 tribe, and I actually read it. And you know, I'm not expecting to read it, and I just read about it. I'm like, whoa, this is. They weren't lying. It's actually in there. Yeah, they did that. Yeah.
Yeah, this was an Ishmaelite that was actually telling the story too.
Yeah, it was an Ishmaelite. It was an Arab that was talking about his experiences with the Edomites, and Khazars. So yeah.
And that soul shall be cut off from Israel, because the water of separation was not sprinkled upon him. He shall be unclean. His uncleanness is yet upon him.
Yeah.
This is the law, verse 14. This is the law when a man dieth in a tent. All that come into the tent, and all that is in the tent shall be unclean 7 days.
You know what's cool about this law right here is like, think about when like a family member passes. Ain't nobody keeping this law. Ain't nobody like, man, I'm unclean. I was around you. Let me. What movie was that when homie he was gonna be a football player with Ice Cube, and he got shot in the back.
Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, Boys in the Hood. When they came and dropped him off on the couch, everybody was just crying in the house, and he was dead. Everybody was unclean in that house. Not one of them was gonna do this law. So if something was to break out from that, some type of sickness, some type of plague, everybody would be like, damn, well, why is this happening? Well, it will be happening because nobody followed this law.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like, even think about it now in our lives. If we unfortunately run into a family member in a house and they're passed away, like, or if you did before the truth, like, nobody was thinking like, damn, I'm unclean. According to the Most High's law, I'm unclean right now. No, we're not even thinking like, damn, like something can spread from this, from a dead body, because of all the different things that gets let out of the body. You know, none of us are thinking about that. Yeah, we'll be thinking about the emotions and the senses of us losing a person, but not the law. You know? So, yeah, man. That's how far removed we are from the law. So, like, things like this, you know, I read it and I'm like, golly, we were extremely clean as a people. We're extremely clean, you know what I'm saying? Before the truth, I used to always wonder, how did we as people learn how to do certain things that we did? How did we learn to cook our food? How do we learn to to cook our food thoroughly and not eat food with blood?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? How do we learn to don't date her, that's your cousin. Don't date her, that's your family, that's your close kin. You know, how do we learn to take baths every day and not just once a week? You know what I'm saying? How do we learn to be like this as a people? Well, we're reading about it. We're reading in the law. Us as a people, we learned all these different things, and that's what, you know, it wasn't just something that was just there. Like, we learned it. The Most High taught us it. So,
Deuteronomy 6 and 4.
yeah,
You know. There you have it.
good point.
Numbers chapter 19, verse 15. Upon every open vessel which hath no covering bound upon it is unclean. And whosoever toucheth one that is slain with the sword in the open fields, or a dead body, or a bone of a man or a grave shall be unclean 7 days.
Man, and Dawiyad is saying back in the day, we would have the dead body in our home until the burial. So you have this body in your home, and the body, of course, the decomposing process starts literally once the spirit is gone.
That's right.
The decomposing of the body starts, and we're breathing that in. And we're going to read about it, like if you have any open containers, you were supposed to throw that away. Now, think about all the open containers that you had at your house. And all that is just, it's in the house, and the whole house is just being filled with whatever is coming out of this dead body.
Where did you get that from?
Ooh, Dawiyad? Oh, he just put it in the text. Back in the day, we would have the dead body in our home until the burial.
I know, but where's he getting that from?
Oh,
Hey, put where you're getting that from. Cause I don't think we did that. But
I think he's talking about his own personal.
oh, like back in the day, this day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
okay,
time,
alright,
not the
yeah.
Bible. Like he's talking about.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we didn't do that in the scriptures, I don't think.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want to make sure that because the dead body goes through a whole bunch of disgusting crap when it's just being there.
Yeah.
And the things it lets out. Just at the time of death, you let out all your gases, you let out all your fluids. The normal way you normally would. That happens. You know what I mean? So you got feces and urine to deal with. Then you got what's called dependent lividity when the body sits for a certain time and the blood's not flowing, it all sinks to the bottom of the body. So if you're on your back, all your blood is sunk to your back. So a lot of times, when I was in EMT school, they would tell you, if you come up on a body that looked like it's been dead for a while, don't try to lift it, because especially without gloves on, because that whole back is going to be all goo. It's going to be all the blood is settled to the back. The skin is deteriorated back there. Just like if you're laying in bed a long time, you get bed bugs and all that, boils and all that. It's worse with a dead body. You know what I mean? So they would tell you, if you came up on a dead body, don't try to lift it right away, because it'll just slush all over you. You know what I mean? And then everything will bust out of the back like a bag. So that's stuff you got to watch out for. You know what I mean? That's stuff you deal with when you're dealing with a dead body. And then those diseases that naturally, obviously your little parasites and your worms, they realize you're dead and they try to get out because they need to find another living host. So that starts coming out of you after a longer while. You know what I mean? So you don't want to be around people after you done touched a body like that. And you got to go out to, because a lot of times we found a dead body who was war. So you're going out on a body that's been out in the open field, hot, flies, you know what I mean? Cut in half, cut in some part apart, some part, smashed, whatever, right? And now you got to take this body and go prepare it for burial, prepare it for the little funeral or whatever, so everybody can see it, and put it in the ground. But you're touching this body, whether you got gloves on or not, you're touching this body, and all these nasty parts and things that are happening to it, and then you're gonna go around people? Nah. See that? For one, the thoughts that are in your mind when you found this body in whatever condition you found it in, right? Those are not pure thoughts. Those are not thoughts you want to bring around the congregation. You know what I mean? You see a lot of morticians, they walk in like they just came out of a horror movie or something, you know what I mean? They just creepy as hell. Why? Because that's all they do. They deal with the dead. They deal with those thoughts. You know what I mean? And that spirit gets on you. So that spirit don't need to be around the congregation. You know what I mean? Then you got the fact of, like I said, you got the physical side of it. You done touch this body, all the little bioorganisms and all that is on you. If you haven't cleaned that off, and then repeatedly clean that off daily, you know what I mean, for at least 7 days, you can spread those things to somebody else. Just like they were finding out when they were killing all those babies in Europe. Y'all see that?
You can't.
But where we at now?
Numbers chapter 19.
Oh,
verse-
somebody had their hand up?
Yeah, I was gonna say that a few years back ago in Mexico, I didn't go, but one of my family members had passed away. They kept them in the house until over time and then buried them.
Yeah.
But that's I don't know if they still do it now, but it was just a few years back, 4 years back or so. Family member had died. They kept them in an open casket. They just kept them until it was time to bury them.
Yeah. And See, with us, we had people that did that. You know what I mean? We had, you either had servants do that, or you had, the lower echelon of people, and the priests, would do their rites for them. You didn't just have everybody going and touching that dead body. You know what I mean? So, what we're looking at here, we're looking at the way the Most High kept us from death. He kept us from disease and germs and all that stuff before Esau even knew what germs were. Sure, I don't even think they invented germs until, 1500s, 1400s, something like that. That's when they discovered what a germ was. See that? But why did it take that long? Because they're the ones that fester germs. It came from them. We were clean. Y'all see that?
God.
If we were living dirty like them, they would have discovered it a long time ago. But see, there are people that can live in I don't want to go too deep into this, but just like pigs can live in their filthy conditions and not die, Esau's like that. They could. That's why they do the Bear Grylls, and they could get dropped off in the middle of nowhere and live inside a camel's belly and eat his inwards for a week, and be out in the hot sun just eating dead roadkill and stuff like that.
Right.
They can do that because their body is naturally to that. You see that? That's why the scriptures call them a man of the field.
So their body's built for that?
Yeah, their bodies are built for that. You got to read that book by Professor Arnold Ehretz. It's called The Mucusless Diet System. But he said their bodies are composed within and without primarily of mucus. So they're little snot bags running around. And this ain't a black man wrote this book. Professor Arnold Ehretz was a German. So this is the white man writing about his own people. All right? And he tells you that their body is composed of mucus. That's why they don't have that top layer of skin to protect them, so their body makes mucus to kind of be that top layer of their skin.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why when the Most High said it, he said, I'm going to give my ways into a people that's not a people, right? He said he's going to turn his back on us and give himself to a people that is not a people. So you got the Joel Osteens, you got the Billy Grahams and all that stuff like that, and they praising the Most High harder than you ever did. But why? Because that's who he gave it to, the people that are not a people.
They're mucus.
It's understandable.
God. When you think about it, it's so messed up, man, because if anybody been to a funeral recently, the casket is open. Unless something really bad happened, where the body's messed up and stuff like that. But the casket is open. So everybody's in this funeral home, and the casket is just right there open. So whatever is being let out through that body, we're all breathing it in.
Well, even the Egyptians were cleaner than the Edomites. So
Yeah.
you have that embalming process. They've taken all that blood and stuff out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you're not dealing with a big bag of ooze. You're dealing with like formaldehyde is in there. So that's a preservative of a body. So it keeps all that stuff from getting out of there. You know what I mean? To you. So when you're at a funeral or whatever, as long as you're not touching the body, you're pretty much good. Yeah, but yeah, like when it's just a dead body that hasn't been treated or anything like that, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with all the germs and things that are coming out of that body, gases and everything like that are coming out, and not just like farting gases, but different gases that your body built up.
Yeah.
From your blood and things like that is all coming out of the body. So the Most High knew about this stuff before scientists could say, oh yeah, there's this methane gas coming out of his body, and there's this type of gas coming out, and those are noxious fumes. Before they invented all those words, the Most High said, just don't touch the dead body. And if you do, go wash yourself and stay away from people. See that? He already knew about all the little micro spirits he created before you found out about a microscope and so-called discovered it. Right? Esau likes to act like they discovered everything. Right? Like, how did you discover something that is already in there? That's not a discovery. You just found it. You're late.
You just found it.
Right?
It's interesting because a few months back I had wondered about that because when I worked as a medic, we watched the people pass from life to death. We had to be there.
Right.
And we had to prepare and clean the body. Okay, so you wash the body, you bag them, you tag them, and then they send you right on to the next patient. And you can wash your hands all day, but you're still
Yeah.
defiled, from that body. They don't give you that chance. And so I was wondering how we were supposed to do it, not that I come in contact with them now, as far as preparation or anything, but then I wondered,
Yeah.
and I felt a little bad because I didn't know.
Yeah.
And I help deliver babies, and they just have you go from one to the other. Just make sure you wash your hands, sterile technique, but still you're not sterile when you're going from dead to live, and from defiled to an open matrix,
Yeah.
So,
And like I said, that's why now they got specialists. You got the mortician and you got the obstetrician. You got the mortician and you got the pediatric guy. You know what I mean? It's not one guy going from office to office defiling everything.
but they're still not doing the 7-day thing,
No.
Yeah.
They're going from one surgery to the next, one patient to the next, one death to the next.
Well, because, that, again, they always think, again, like the Most High said, you're wiser than Daniel. Now they go and, so-called sterilize themselves. They got their little antibiotic wash and, they do all that and they shake and do all that. Have somebody slap the gloves on them so they say, I'm clean. You know what I mean? Now, there's a difference between, like, ceremonially clean and there's a difference between, like, clean. Just like you washed yourself. Most High said wash yourself, but you couldn't come in the congregation. So you were ceremonially unclean. Didn't necessarily mean you were disgusting and filthy, you know what I mean? But at the same time, he eliminated the whole possibility of you spreading any germs to anybody. See that?
Yeah.
Now, Esau today, they wash themselves, but they're not coming in the congregation. So the whole 7 days thing really don't apply to them. That's their job. You know what I mean? But at the same time, the precautions they take now, they weren't taken back in the 1800s. You know what I mean? They weren't doing the antibacterial soap, you know what I mean? The gloves, the soup, the sterilized soup and everything like that. Sterilizing with alcohol, iodine and all that. They weren't doing that back in the day.
Yeah.
So that's what was killing people, you know what I mean? But they figured out a way around that, so now that guy can be clean for his job. See that? But he couldn't be, according to the scriptures, he couldn't come into the congregation for Sabbath class.
So you're an Israelite, you're a patient in the hospital,
Right.
and you're under the care of the doctor, a physician that has no sense of this kind of cleanliness.
That's where we are. That's the stuff the Most High has to wink at right now. Yeah, because just like we say about, if you ride a public bus, right? We always bring that up. You can ride a public bus and a menstruous woman sat on the seat. You're unclean 7 days. What can you do about that, though? Can you make sure a menstruous woman didn't sit on your seat? Nah. Especially if you got those cloth seats. If y'all seen those, the cloth seats or whatever. They did a video where they were beating the cloth seat. They were finally cleaning it on a public bus. That was disgusting, man. It was like a whole bunch of filth in a square around the seat. It looked like somebody just shaved a damn lemur or something. It was so much dust and skin cells and all that they beat out of this one seat. That's what you're sitting on now. And that's why the scripture says it. The whole earth is defiled under the inhabitants thereof. Y'all see that? So there's certain things you can't avoid now. When we get ruling again, we fix all that. You know what I mean? You won't need a public bus because everybody gonna have their own. You don't see that? You're gonna have your own ride or chariot or whatever you got. In the kingdom, you ain't gonna have to worry about that stuff. Y'all see that?
Yeah, when you were saying what you were saying about the bus seat, brothers are doing these deliveries now, and we also got to get mattresses too. Yeah, and these mattresses, I think it was me and McGunn. We're grabbing a mattress, and the lady was like, "Yeah, you guys are taking the old mattress, right?" We're like, I looked at the order, I was like, "Yeah, we're taking it." And she was like, "Okay, yeah, it's right here." And it had a big bloody spot in the middle of the mattress. And she was like, me and my gun's like, we already getting the bag ready to bag up the mattress. And then and we're like this kind of, we give each other that look, and we just, doing our job, right?
Are y'all disposing of evidence?
Right. And so she felt the extreme need to let us know, oh yeah, my son, he had a real bad nosebleed one night. I was like, Con. I didn't even acknowledge you said anything. And we just bagged up that bloody mattress.
Yeah.
God.
Plastic gloves or something.
Yeah.
Man.
So
Where your husband at?
there was no husband and there was no kid. It didn't look like evidence of a kid in the house. So
Oh, damn.
Thus the bloody mattress. That's spooky.
God.
Very sweet.
But yeah, that's what these laws were made for. You know what I mean? That obviously there were people that did this. Everybody had a different job in Israel when you go through the scriptures. We had different people that do these things, right?
Yeah.
We had servants. We had, stuff like that. So this was for kind of like the lower echelon of people. A lot of these laws, like, okay, your servant can't come to Sabbath class this week because he was disposing of grandma. You know what I mean? Or he was doing whatever he was doing, clearing the battlefield or whatever. We had people that did that. It wasn't kings weren't going down and grabbing dead bodies and doing all that until you get to like Tobit's time. Where he was having to do that. You know what I mean? And then you see what he did. I can't do the feast because I gotta go bury somebody's body, man. The Assyrians had killed this dude and left him in the street. So he had to go pick this body up, clean him up, and bury him. See that? So, but he knew, keep yourself clean. Don't go around the congregation just because you want to keep this feast. You know what I mean? And go defile everybody. See, we already knew these things. It kept us alive. Y'all got to read about that, man. These medical books and stuff, when they go into the history of the medical profession, they was killing a lot of kids, man, just off this practice alone. Just washing your hands in still water, and then going to deliver a baby. So they go deliver the baby. That baby dies. They go wash their hands from that mom's blood and everything. Go on to deliver the next baby. Then that baby lived because they washed their hands twice. It's like, damn, man, y'all killing kids.
Yeah.
You know those Western movies, like when they're out there like pulling bullets out of people and stuff like that, they have bowls of water where they'll take the little thing,
The bullet and
the
all
bullet
that, and
thing,
swish it
they
around.
swish it around in the water and then they'll go back in again. Like,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. But at least in the westerns, they start learning to pour some liquor on it. Like that came around a while later, where they figured out, hey, liquor will numb the pain. But what they were inadvertently doing was they were also killing the germs. So that's where they learned that from. Now they have the little alcohol and the iodine and all that, because they learned that the alcohol was killing the germs. The ones that were dying were the ones that just swished it around in water and went back in and sewed him up and everything like that, and then he gets infected and dies.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
But the cat that got pour some whiskey on it, or let me drink a whole bunch of whiskey, and then they throw it on the wound, and then you know what I mean? You can see those movies.
Yeah.
And then they gonna pull it out and sew it up, and he lives. No infection, because they disinfected the wound. Yeah.
Question.
Where? Oh,
Yeah, and just thinking on everything that's coming out, right? The Most High, He created like this perfect ecosystem,
Sure did.
and He gave us the law on how to operate in what He created.
yeah.
But it's like, why wouldn't you take heed to this that teaches you how to stay away from getting sick, dying?
Because a charismatic man called a preacher told you the law was done away with.
God,
And so you don't got to do that.
like
So
why-
now you threw away the perfect law of liberty, the law that brings life. You threw that away. And now you can't figure out why you got COVID, why you got herpes, gonorrhea, syphilis. You know what I mean?
God.
You can do whatever you want now. So, like children, how many diseases do they get doing whatever they want? Right? Ooh, roach on the floor. What is that? You know what I mean? Then they come in. You're holding them. Oh man, what a precious little. And they just cough that death right in your face.
Sure do.
His daughter did to me. They will save it up for you. They just this cloud just inseminates your body. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, you're like, what the hell happened to me? That baby.
So right now.
Right? Because they're doing whatever the hell they want. They don't have no standard. They go around, they crawl on the ground and everything like that. They play with stuff. They put it in their mouth. They throw it across the room, let it roll back to them, put it back in their mouth. You know what I mean? They're filthy, disgusting little bags of crap. You know what I mean? God love them. You know what I mean? But that's what they do. And then you figure out, oh, where do all these germs come from? Well, because you're telling grown people to do what they want.
It's true.
And babies, they like to do innocent things, right? Play. Grown-ups like to do filthy, disgusting things. And then not have a law over them to clean themselves afterwards.
It's true.
So they like to do things to other men, like to do things to other men in the bedroom and then come to work and shake your hand
Oh, yeah.
and not shower. You know what I mean? Women like to do filthy things with other women and bats and everything like that and then come to work smelling like all that and shake your hand. You know what I mean? They have the nerve to be demure about it. You're supposed to grab their hand and kiss it and like, ugh. What the hell's wrong with you?
I used to smell that on people.
Yeah, they can't figure out why this nation got COVID so easy. It's like, in China, they killed that quick. There's a place in Taiwan, they got like one case of it, and that was it. They locked the whole place down, everybody was quarantined, and they never got it again. But now you got everybody catching it here in America. Why? Because we do filthy things. People, they raise them up to do filthy things, and they threw away this to tell them, hey, this will keep you alive. That's all the Most High's law was about. It wasn't like, I don't get what the whole point is of saying the law's done away with. It's like, every time you don't eat pork, an angel doesn't lose or doesn't gain his wings or something like that. That's not, it wasn't mystical. It was, listen, don't eat pork because pork will murder your body. It'll literally make your body uninhabitable for the Holy Spirit because you're filthy. You know what I mean? Don't eat things that eat feces. Is that wrong? Like, hey, I'm your dad. I'm telling you, don't eat crap that eats crap. Dad, you're always making rules. Like, that's how we want to act.
You know, it's not until I came into the truth where I understood, where I got the understanding, right, of why we don't eat what we eat. Because I didn't know. You know, I didn't really eat pork like that in the world, but I would eat it.
It just sounded like God had a dad complex, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it wasn't, and then I hear about Muslims not eating pork and, you know, Arabs and stuff like that, but I never knew why not to.
Right.
But when I came into the truth and I understood the pig, and I understood the bottom feeders, I was like, well, it makes sense why not to eat this. It makes 100% sense. And then I look at the family members that had all kinds of issues, and all they did was stuff their face with pork. Like morning, noon, and night, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I'm like, okay, I see why.
Yeah, it wasn't for the God, it was for you.
You know?
It wasn't for the Most High. It doesn't benefit the Most High to tell you not to eat these things or to wash your hands. Like, you're not never going to touch God. You ain't never going to touch the Most High. So it don't benefit him to tell you all these things. It benefits you. But instead of saying, well, why did he give us these laws? And people are just like, I don't want to follow that. Okay, then you're gross. They're just human. It's just humanity type of laws. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
It's just humane stuff to do. Look, hey, don't knock your servant's eye out. But I wanna. Like, that's how we act. You know what I mean? It's like, that's how these preachers got us acting. It's like, but that's what I want to do. Why? Because he needs his eye. Like, do I got to explain this to you? You know what I mean? It's weird. It's like, why did they got a problem with the law? There's no law that's like against your soul, really. You know what I mean? Like, except that you just like eating pigs. Like, you know, you can make any other meat, any other lawful meats, you can make taste that way. Bacon is not necessarily pig. Bacon is just the cut that you took off the pig. You can make that out of cows. You can make it out of damn lambs. You can make it out of goats and everything else that's lawful. You can make fish bacon if you want to. Seen a damn lady on TikTok making damn carrot bacon. You know what I mean? You can make banana bacon. What was it? Yeah, they peel the banana and they
rice. You can
put
do
in
the
brown
rice,
sugar.
the
Yeah.
rice thing, like if you roll your rice paper.
Yeah.
You can do it out of rice paper.
Wow. You can make bacon out of anything. It's how you flavor it and the cut you use. Y'all see that? Steak. You don't have to get a pork chop. You can get a lamb chop. You can get a beef chop. That chop is just a cut of meat.
Just a chop.
See that? Tenderloins, all that stuff that you got used to off a pig, you can eat off another animal. A
God.
lawful one. You know what I mean? Except for like the chitlins and all that stuff. You know, you're supposed to just throw that out.
Gizzards,
You don't need to eat
livers.
that. You know what I mean? I mean, just think of it. If you just held yourself to the standard of a king, right? Or a princess, right? You're in your royal garment. You got your crown on. You got all your oils, your perfumes. You're smelling delicious. You know what I mean? You're walking around. Somebody's holding the train of your garment. You know what I mean? You come into the dining hall, 12-foot long table, and you sit down. And your servants come and they put a nice bowl of piping hot, steamy pig intestines in front of you. You feel royal? Oh, wait, hold on. Here's some hot sauce. So you're a king with your crown on, right? And you gotta pig doo-doo all up in your nostrils, all on your fingertips.
Oh,
You're
man,
breathing it
stuff
on
between
people when you
teeth.
talk to them, right? You got a delegation with other kings from other nations, and they're coming around all oiled up and smelling good, and they're like, please don't talk to me. You got pig ass at 98.6 coming out of your body, right at my face. It's not royal. Y'all see that?
Con.
He's told us you're a nation of kings and priests. Why did he say that right in the law in Deuteronomy? Yeah, so that we can understand that these laws are for royalty. You know what I mean? Anybody telling you to throw that out, they're a peasant. That's how you got to look at your preacher, man. Like,
Peasants.
yeah, you peasant ass nigga.
Peasant.
Hey,
Real.
I'll be watching a lot of TikTok, man. That one lady, she does the rich bitch. She's just like, come Frederick, you know what I mean? But you go from that to eating chitlins? Like, you just talk it all proper and royal and everything, and then you go sit down to a bowl of chitlins? We didn't mess with that. You understand? That kept you alive longer. But, I mean, there was enough things trying to kill us already. Philistines, Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, all these different nations, Moabites, all right? What was he asking? What were the Moabites made out of? They were made out of father and his daughter having sex with each other. I don't.
Made from incest.
Yeah. You can read in the 13th tribe that the Huns, which they called the White Warriors when they first infected China, if you're referring to the Moabites as being Chinese, which they're not. The original Chinese were black. The White Warriors came. Esau came over there. They called them the Huns. And that's where you get Attila the Hun and people like that, and where you get the Chinese looking like they do now, where they're all pale-skinned and looking like they're made out of mucus also. So that's a little history on that. But originally the Chinese were melanated people, all right? And a lot of them were our people, Israelites. So,
A lot of Gad and Reuben, right?
yeah. If you want us to go further into that, we can go into that later, but I just saw the question on there. But yeah, Gad and Reuben, same thing.
And then Ephraim was over there too, I think. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a lot of we were separated everywhere. Deuteronomy didn't lie, man. What's this? Yeah. What's that, Dolly? Yeah, but yeah, you could do the things the Most High gave us, man. That was to keep us alive, man. That's all it was. It has nothing to do. He said it in earth as it is in heaven. They don't do this stuff in heaven. If you want to be there, you got to clean up down here. You understand? That's what this is for. Clean you up to get up there.
Got it. Yeah, I got a preset just that says everything that you're saying about the Most High.
Okay.
And we think that, we're trying to, or Esau, the nations, and people that don't want to follow the law, think that they're so smart and they're doing something. But the Most High is like, look, I gave you this so that you can know how to operate in the world that I created.
Yeah.
This is 2nd Esdras, chapter 1, and verse 27. Ye have not, as it were, forsaken me, but your own selves, said the Lord. It's like you ain't doing nothing against the Most High.
Yeah.
Just because you don't want to bathe or take a shower is not hurting the Most High. Just because you don't want to adhere to the dietary law, you want to eat some pork and eat some shrimp and eat all the bottom feeders in the ocean, which is throwing off the ecosystem, which is messing you up in another type of way, and messing your body up as well. Just because you don't want to do that, don't hurt the Most High.
Yeah.
You won't be hurting yourself.
Yeah, you're hurting the earth you live on. You know what I mean? It's like watching a fish doodle in his own fishbowl. Like, you know what I mean? I mean, what else can a fish do? But even still, it's nasty. You know what I mean? That's why you get the filter and you clean it out, right?
Right.
So you're the affecting influence on that fish. But now say you put the filter in the fishbowl, right, to clean out the fish poop and everything, and the fish start eating the filter out of spite. Nigga, I ain't gotta obey your rules, right? Okay, well now you ain't got a filter. Swim around in that.
Or they do like my fish and go in the filter.
Right?
and just stop the whole process.
Yeah, that's why I be looking at these videos and I'm like, y'all niggas rioted in the streets about dirty water in Flint, Michigan. But you gonna sit down and make a whole video where you eating the whole crabs inwards out. Ooh, that's the mustard. You see that? You know what I mean? Like, nigga, don't complain about clean water when you eating out of the filter. You know what I mean? Like now you wanna whine about clean water now, but you eating the filter out of the ocean.
God.
Yeah, who had their hand up? I thought somebody had their hand up.
I got one more scripture on this. Jeremiah 25:7. Somebody get Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 7.
Jeremiah chapter 25 and verse 7.
Uh-huh.
Jeremiah chapter 25 verse 7. Yet ye have not hearkened unto me, said the Lord, that ye might provoke me to anger with the works of your hands, to your own hurt.
Y'all see that? It's the works of our hands is to our own hurt. So everything that we read in these scriptures, man, all the laws, everything that we read every Sabbath, it's for our own betterment. So whenever we don't listen, we're not hurting the Most High. You know, you have another scripture in Psalms that talks about like the sacrifices, and where the Most High is like when you bring a lamb or you bring a goat, like it's not really affecting me; it affects you.
Right.
Like all the lambs and all the animals. Like if I wanted an animal, I could just go get it myself. You know what I'm saying? When you sin, you got to bring a lamb or bring an animal. That's to your own hurt. You see what I'm saying? And it's the same here. So, you know, we got to see that we're not doing the Most High a favor. We're doing ourselves a favor. So when we don't listen to counsel, when we don't listen to nothing that's being told to us, that's to our hurt. Ain't hurting nobody else but ourselves. So,
I got one more to add to that.
yeah.
It's Jeremiah 7 and 19. Jeremiah chapter 7 and verse 19.
Yes, sir.
Do they provoke me to anger, said the Lord? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces?
Yep. And literally, have you ever seen a person that got a whole pork diet?
Oh yeah.
Like where you know they just been eating pork their whole life, like that's breakfast, lunch, and dinner for them.
Yeah.
They start getting that little upturned snout. You know what I mean? The cheeks get all big. They look like they look like Porky the Pig, man. This lady, another lady on TikTok like that. You know what I mean? She look like she about good 600 pounds, man. And just juicy. You know what I mean? Like face like this, nose start turning up like that. You look like that dude on Captain Planet. Y'all that's way back. I'm sorry. I did it again. But they get this weird tank look on them. You know what I mean? Where they trying to think of people that. Mr. Iglesias, what's his name? Gabriel Iglesias, the comedian.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He got that look. Where you know it's just like that's an all pork diet. You know what I mean? You just walk around where your whole body looks like a big M&M. You know what I mean? That's what pork do to you. He said to the confusion of your own faces, you don't even look human no more. You start taking on the attributes of that animal you keep eating. Y'all see that? And they've even said it. They do the studies. Oh, pig's DNA is the closest to a human's DNA, or anatomy. His anatomy is the closest to a human's anatomy. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, yeah, that means so now you start eating it, and its DNA can easily bond to your DNA. So your body's not going to bond to cow DNA. You know what I mean? Your body's not going to bond to these other animals that the Most High said was lawful. See, now we got to talk about DNA now. Now we got to go into all that kind of study now, when it was simple for the Most High to just say, don't eat that. But now you got to break it down for people in this time, like your DNA is accepting pork DNA. That's why they put it in a lot of things that you have to inject. Your diabetes medication, porcine. That means pork is in it. Porcine brain, or sometimes they'll say bovine brains because they're putting cow brains in your stuff. That's what bovine means. Porcine means it's made out of pork. You see that? And you're injecting it into your body, and then you can't figure out why a lot of diabetics got that same body. You know what I mean? For one, you've been eating pork your whole life, then they tell you to inject the insulin in your body because your blood sugar is so high, because your pancreas don't work, because pigs' pancreases don't got to really process nothing. They're made to be toxic. They're made to take on toxic things. So your pancreas don't work because that pig's pancreas don't really do nothing. Y'all see that? Then you inject more pig into you. Because why? Well, you're already eating like a pig. you're already shaped like a pig. And now your body's rejecting humanity. So now we got to inject your pancreas with a pig's DNA so it can figure out how to process the pig stuff you're eating. That's how this stuff is working, man. So you got to watch this. This is why the Most High gave us the law, man. It just was for your life. But what did Romans say? Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Everybody think they so smart. Well, we outsmarted the Most High. That was because of the ancient non-refrigeration methods of the past, and they didn't have a place to put their pork, and they didn't know how to cure it. And we didn't know how to use salt. Stop it. Stop it, Esau. The black people in the Bible didn't know how to use salt. Are you serious? The Most High required every sacrifice to have salt. Don't act like we didn't know how to cure things and how to preserve things with salt. We just didn't want to eat trash. Y'all want to eat trash because that's what the condition we forced y'all into. Y'all was up in a cave eating whatever crawled out into the light. Yeah, juniper roots and marshmallows. You know what I mean? That's what y'all was forced to eat. Because we wouldn't allow y'all to come live with us.
Hey. But I understand why nobody wanted Esau around them.
Oh yeah. They were white devil on sight. Because of this. You know what I mean? Like I said, read that 13th tribe, Arthur Kessler. Bruh. Every Arab chronicler that goes around them is like, and writes a letter about it. Like, this is how they made me feel. You know what I mean? Like the Arabs were coming from a place where, you know, I don't even aim the bottom of my foot in another person's face because that's rude. It's considered rude and filthy. You know what I mean? To go into around these people who their woman will come and sit down in front of them and have her legs spread with no underwear on. Yeah. And it'd be the Khazar chief's wife just sitting in front of you like with it all out. And she ain't bathed in nothing but a bowl of water if she bathed for the last couple of years. And you got to sit there and eat in front of that. Yeah, that's true. Like, wait a minute. I thought we were eating beef. This smells like the sea.
You know what's crazy, bro? Because we'll hear these things and we'll be like, nah. Because we wouldn't be able to fathom it, right? But all you have to do, all you have to do is just watch what they're doing. Watch what these celebrities are doing. and how they try to make it seem like what they're doing is like a good thing. I just saw this thing where, and stay tuned because you're gonna start seeing females rocking this in the streets, where it's this new thing that they're rocking where it's like, it's either like pants or it's a dress, but it's like it's shaped in like a thong, so the ass cheeks is literally out, and it's like done like a thong, and they're literally modeling that. I saw it on Yahoo News front page.
Wow.
And it's like, why is this even on Yahoo News? But then when you read something like that, how the Khazar's chief's wife would just come and nothing on and just let the world see, you could see why. You could see how that's possible because they do it now. You see what I'm saying? They're doing that stuff now. Me and Ramiro delivered we delivered a washer to this lady's house. Remember when we were going upstairs? And it was either her or her daughter. She literally sat on the stairs with her legs just wide open. And she just revealed herself. Literally just revealed herself. It was like, what the hell is wrong with you? But they were living in a nice house. So you'll drive past these Edomites that live in a nice house and they got money, but I don't mean they got a standard. I don't mean they got a standard.
Yeah, they learned how to live like us. Looking at our architecture, every kingdom they would go around, they would see. Look, like I said, all these things, says Pravda, have nothing in common with historical facts. The Khazar kingdom, which represented the primitive amalgamation of different tribes, played no positive role whatsoever in creating the statehood of the Eastern Slavs. Ancient sources testify that state formations arose among the Eastern Slavs long before any record of the Khazars. So there was a civilization there. They were already organized into states and everything like that. And the Khazars came and were like, hey, that's cool. We're going to do that too. So these people would just take anybody's things everywhere they went. That's their history. So their only way of civilization was to copy it from somebody else. So they see Hebrews living in nice garments and everything. They're like, maybe we should stop walking around butt naked. Let's put on clothes. Stop walking around like hairy, beastly cavemen and put on clothes. That's all them. That's not us. We weren't, they didn't go to Africa and find butt naked people running around trying to bite a goat. They found civilized men with meat trees on, stripped them naked, and then jacked their style. Alexander the Great, all those guys. That's all they were doing, going through the East and adopting everybody's style. Yep. Alexander the Great was known for that. He went into Persia. Next thing you know, he was wearing eyeliner and all the Persian stuff, the whole garment, making all his royal entourage wear Persian garments. Y'all see that? So that's all these people are known for, is jacking other people's style. But when they go home, behind closed doors, where it's politically okay, they go back to being exactly what they were. Wow. It's like when you take that little monkey, that little rhesus monkey, and you put him in the suit with the little hat on, you play the thing, and he's like, right? But then when he going back into his little house, he's still going back to scratching his butt and sniffing it. You know what I mean? He's still going back to grabbing his feces and throwing it at people. Oh. That's his nature. So when Esau go back home, his shoes off all over the house, you know what I mean? Bare feet, you know what I mean? From outside to inside to bedroom, all over the place.
That is so true.
Yeah, it's farmers' hocks in wherever they are. You know what I mean? It's all this stuff that's in their nature, man. The beastly things they do in the bedroom, all that stuff that they would do in a cave somewhere in the dark, that's what they do in their houses. You know what I mean? So, if you're in the business of having to clean up after them, it's going to be a trifling job. Yeah, they don't keep these laws. Their way is not to keep these laws of the Most High.
Nature.
Yeah, where we at?
Numbers chapter 19 and verse 17.
We're going to make class last a long time.
And for an unclean person, they shall take the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto, in a vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop, and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it upon the tent, and upon all the vessels, and upon the persons that were there, and upon him that touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle up the unclean on the third day, and on the seventh day. And on the seventh day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at even. And the man that shall be unclean shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the congregation, because he hath defiled the sanctuary of the Most High. The water of separation hath not been sprinkled upon him, he is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual statute unto them, that he that sprinkleth the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he that toucheth the water of separation shall be unclean until even. And whatsoever the unclean person toucheth shall be unclean, and the soul that toucheth it shall be unclean until even. Numbers chapter 20 and verse 1. Then the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, into the desert of Zin in the first month. And the people abode in Kadesh, and Miriam died there, and was buried there.
All right. Let's get the next reader up. Let's get the next reader. Ramiro, Shabbat Tashal, Yashakar, Ban Yashar Allah, Menavizra, Amadi, Barak.
I'm not keep doing that.
Yahweh Shimon Shab Rakatam.
Yahweh Shimon Shab Rakatam. Sorry.
All right, we'll be at Numbers 20 and 2.
Numbers chapter 20, verse 2. And there was no water for the congregation, and they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people told with Moses and spake, saying, Would God that we had died when our brethren died before the Lord? And why have ye brought up the congregation of the Lord unto this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die there? And wherefore have ye made us to come up out of Egypt to bring us in unto this evil place? It is no place of seed, or of fig, or of vine, or of pomegranate, neither is there any water to drink.
So here we go complaining again, right? Go ahead.
And Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And they fell upon their faces, and the glory of the Lord appeared unto them. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the rod and gather thou the assembly together, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes.
So key word, the Most High, Yahweh Shai said for us to speak. He said for Moses and Aaron to speak unto the rock. Go ahead.
And it shall give forth his water, and thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock. So thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink.
Go ahead.
And Moses took the rod from before the Lord as he commanded him, and Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock. And he said unto them, Hear now, ye rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock?
And you know what's cool about this is, would our people always rebel against the Most High? If y'all are paying attention to you know, just the Sabbath readings in general, you will see that Moses never ever came at us like this. So just the fact that he came and he was like, here now, ye rebels, he called us rebellious. Moses never did that. So you could tell he was ticked off. He was a little agitated, right? He was frustrated. Go ahead.
And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock
So
twice.
he smote the rock twice, right? But in verse 8, what did Yahushua say to do? Verse 8, Yahushua said to speak onto the rock. But Moses being frustrated, he went and he hit the rock. He hit it once, no water. Why? Because that's not what the Most High said to do. He said to speak onto the rock, so when he hit it that first time, no water came. So he hit it again. And he's lucky that the Most High was like, you know what? You didn't listen. But I'm going to go ahead and make it happen.
That's true.
I'm going to go ahead and make it happen. But think about it. Like, Moses never had to do anything twice. When Yahushua gave him a commandment to do anything, he never had to do it twice. All he had to do was do it once, and it would happen. So the fact that Moses had to hit the rock twice, that was supposed to be like a little trip, like, oh crap, I screwed up. He did say to speak onto the rock. Here I am in my emotions, being frustrated. I hit the rock, and now ain't nothing coming. Hit it again, now the water came. Moses knew he messed up. You know what I'm saying? But let's see what happens. Read on.
And the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because he believed me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel. Therefore ye shall not bring the congregation unto the land which I have given them.
So now, this verse 12 is very cold. It's very cold. I want you to read it again.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because ye believe me not.
So, because ye believe me not, during this whole process right here, when did you ever get the thought that Moses and Aaron didn't believe in Yahushua?
Just in that one instance?
Just in that one instance, but that wasn't like a belief thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say that he didn't.
It wasn't a belief
He
thing.
didn't actually believe, not believe.
Yeah, they believed in Yahushua, but the scripture is so cold because it's showing you that belief is not just me saying I believe in you. It's showing you that belief is you doing what he says. If you go against what he says, it's showing you that that's what the Most High considers that you don't believe in me if you're not doing what I say. So now, it's obedience. So now with that being said, let's go to John 3:16. Let's go to John 3:16. And y'all can link this scripture right here with John 3:16 for all your John 3:16 cats. For all your John 3:16 cats. Read that.
John chapter 3, verse 16.
Uh-huh.
For God so loved the world
Uh-huh.
that he gave his only begotten Son,
Uh-huh.
that whosoever believeth in him should not perish,
Uh-huh.
but have everlasting life.
So, when you read back in Numbers chapter 20 and verse 12. Read verse 12.
From the beginning.
Uh-huh.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron,
Uh-huh.
because ye believe me not.
Now, again, when did you ever get the thought that Moses and Aaron never believed in the Most High? They always believed in the Most High. But it's showing you what the Most High considers belief. True belief in him is. True belief in him is when you listen. True belief in him is when you stay obedient and you do what he says, when you follow him. So now you link this with John 3:16, and whenever anybody pulls John 3:16, you can show them. All you do is take them to Numbers 20 and 12 and ask them, Moses and Aaron believed in God, right? They're going to be like, yeah. So explain this Numbers 12 and 20 and 12. Because they still did what the Most High said, but they just didn't do it all the way. They just didn't do it all the way. They went to the rock, but he said, speak onto the rock. They hit the rock. So they didn't do what he said to do. They didn't follow his what?
Order.
His order or his what?
Commandment.
His commandment. So because they didn't follow his order or his commandment, and instead they did what they wanted to do, What did that do?
Oh, yeah.
You ain't believing me.
Con.
So guess what? Whenever you go to somebody that's with that John 3:16, you try to show them anything out the Bible and they hit you with the John 3:16. That's their defense. That's their last line of defense. You take them here. You take them right here and you show them. Just because you say you believe, that doesn't mean anything. Moses and Aaron, they obviously believed, but Yahweh Shai, the Most High, said that they didn't believe because they didn't do what he said to do, which was speak unto the rock. He hit the rock twice. So, sis?
So could, in that instance, Moses be rebellious, just like he was calling the Israelites rebels and rebellious?
Khan, absolutely, because they rebelled against the Most High. Rebelled against the Most High. And what is this showing you? Because they got into their feelings and their emotions, the same thing that they resented, that was causing the frustration to come on them. Because that frustration came on them, it in turn made that spirit jump on them too, where they became rebellious. So what is that showing us? What is that teaching us? If your kids is making you frustrated and you move off that frustration spirit, then whatever your kid is doing, let me reword that. If your kid is being a certain type of way, right? So like a kid doesn't like to listen. And because your kid doesn't like to listen, that in turn makes you frustrated. That opens you up now for that same spirit of them not liking to listen to be on you. To where now you don't like to listen either. Why? Moses and Aaron, that's what happened to them. Our people was rebellious. They got frustrated. The frustrated made them open for that rebellious spirit that was on the people to jump on them. And that's what they did. They jumped on them. Sis?
I have a question. So they kind of brings me back to it was a couple of Sabbaths ago we were talking about the husband taking the woman before the priest when he thought that she was committing adultery and things like that. And this part of the story is saying that she knew what would happen to her if she knew she was lying.
Yeah.
That her stomach was full and things like this. So if she would just confess, if that's what she did, then she wouldn't have had the curse on her. So it's kind of like a sense of pride. So if you did it one time, you did it, and you still didn't ask for forgiveness, or you still didn't say what it was you were doing. So now this is your damnation.
Yeah.
So that's like the sense of pride that Moses had at that time. Like he just did what he wanted to do, knowing that's what the Most High told him to do. He did something totally different.
Yeah.
Well, what did he say? He said they didn't believe in him, right?
Yeah.
Go to Romans 14 and 23.
Hey, could you hit this light? Not light. Fan?
Bro. Hi. Good. Hi.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I thought I got something.
Romans
14:22.
chapter 14, verse 23. And he that doubteth is damned if he eat,
Go ahead.
because he eateth not of faith.
Go ahead.
For whatsoever is not faith, is not of faith, is sin.
See, and going along with what he was talking about earlier with the Christians is like, okay, you believe God so loved the world, that whoever believeth in him, right? Okay, well, if you don't believe in him, that's sin. So if Moses is sitting there striking the rock when the Most High said, speak to the rock, that was of sin. Y'all see that? For one, he transgressed the law, which we know from the scriptures, right? Sin is the transgression of the law, right? Now, also, he didn't have faith in the Most High. Y'all see that? He lost his belief for that split second. That's all it took. That's all it took for him to lose the promised land. Split second of, you know what? I'm gonna go into my anger instead of falling back on the Most High. You know what? They ain't pissing me off. They're pissing off the Most High. You see that? That's why the Most High would tell all the other prophets, they have not spoken against you, but against me. They're not angry at you, they're angry at me. You see that? Christ said it. If they hated you, know first they hated me.
Yeah.
Look, stop taking it personal. It's not about you. It's about they don't like me. They don't really like the Most High. And you know what it means to be an enemy of the Most High. They're going to die anyway.
Yeah.
The earth going to open up and swallow them. A snake going to bite them. Whatever plague is going to just pop out of them. You ain't got to take it personal. I gave them a choice. I gave you a choice. You did the right choice. They did the wrong choice. Don't get mad. But see, instead of Moses having that faith in those things the Most High had taught him for 40 days and 40 nights up there, he struck the rock. Y'all see that? So it showed, okay, for one, I didn't have faith in what you said. That's why the Most High checked him on his unbelief. Y'all see that? Yeah. And then two, it showed the people, Moses makes the water come out. We're going to keep going to him for everything. Because you notice in the scriptures, right, as we're reading through Numbers, through the Torah, right, every time the people wanted something, who they run to? Like, you got a whole God that delivered you out of Egypt by parting a sea, and you keep running to a man. Because when God was doing it, when the Most High was doing it, when Yahweh was opening the sea for them, they was looking at Moses waving the stick. It comes back to like where Bruce Lee on the video, he's teaching his student, and he's like pointing at the moon, and the student's looking at his finger. He smacks him on the head like, hey, don't look at the finger or you will miss all that beautiful glory, right? Why are you looking at the finger? He's pointing at the moon. Why are you looking at Moses, who's not doing anything? He's just doing what the Most High told him. Hold the staff up. Look who's parting the sea. Look at the fact that the sea just opened up on both sides. You know a lot of men with sticks. We were shepherds. How many of them niggas was parting seas with a stick? Stop looking at the man with the stick and look at the Most High. Did that. Stop looking at, where's my water going to come from? Oh, it's got to be from the man with the stick. No, it's not the man with the stick. It's the Most High doing that. Yeah. That's probably where Gad got that from, man. Walking around with that forked stick looking for water. Right? They still believing that the damn stick did it. It was the Most High did that. Y'all see that? But yeah, this is why he was getting checked on the unbelief. Because he stopped obeying the Most High. And whatever is not obedience to the Most High is sin. You understand? It comes from being faithless and you want to be a sinner. Is that complicated?
Yeah. Sir. Let's go back.
Numbers chapter 20, verse 12. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron, because ye believe me not, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore ye shall not bring the congregation into the land which I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel drove with the Lord, and he was sanctified in them.
So y'all know what's crazy is I actually looked this up on YouTube, the water of Meribah, to see if like somebody found it.
Does it exist?
And it sure does.
What do they call it now?
I think they call it the same. I that's what popped up on YouTube. I don't know if they changed the name of it.
Yeah,
but it's like it's like this big mountain. It's like or it's like a hill. It's like a mountain or a hill, but you literally just see just water just pouring out of it. It's like, where the hell is this water coming from? The whole place is like just dry. Like the people were saying, you brought us out here, we're back in verse 5. There's no vines, there's no figs, there's no seed, there's no pomegranates. This evil place. There wasn't no water either. Until the Most High made water come out of this rock. You know, a lot of times you'll hear the story, because it said rock, you will think that it's like a stone, like maybe this big, and water is just coming out. Nah, it's like a hill. It's like a small mountain. And the water that's being poured out of it is, like it says, it's enough to feed you, your cattle, for you to take a shower. It's literally like a river that's just continuously pouring out of this rock. I mean, out of this hill. And it's like, where the hell is the water coming from to begin with?
Yeah.
To this day?
To this day, you can look it up on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's like a drawn picture.
Yeah, no. The other one's coming. It says Waterfalls of Meribah, Israel.
Oh, you found it?
It's coming.
Yeah, man. I looked it up. I was like, whoa, that's wild. But yeah, you can read on.
In Numbers chapter 20, verse 13.
Uh-huh.
This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel strove with the Lord, and he was sanctified in them.
Yeah, this is it. This is it right here. Like, where's all that water coming from?
Yeah, see, you forget how big a man Moses was, man. How big a people we had back then in the day. We weren't small people. We weren't the biggest among the nations. We were probably the runts of the litter, but we weren't small people.
Yeah.
You understand? Remember, Moses is the same guy that came down carrying those 2 giant tablets after being on a mountain for 40 days and 40 nights with no food. So when he says he struck a rock, he didn't go up to a little pebble in the in the desert somewhere and just beak, and it squirted out water, right?
Yeah.
Nah, he smacked a damn mountain. He smacked like a half a mountain, and a river came out. Enough to let all the people drink and their animals. We were shepherds, y'all remember that, right? So you got 6 million people, right? Because it was 600,000 footmen. Those were just the soldiers. Their families, right? Mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, their whole household, right? And then their flocks. In that water, it gave them all water to drink. So we're not dealing with like he smacked a rock and it squirted out like a little igloo jug, right? It squirted out like a little igloo jug, and everybody just came up and that's good. I needed that. Oh, it was a damn river. The herds was able to come over and, you know what I mean? Cows drink, 100 pounds of water a day? 100 liters of water a day? And all of them was able to drink. And that water's still flowing to this day. You can still drink off that. Moses wasn't a small man. You understand? But see, that's what the Most High didn't want. You know what I mean? He didn't want the people to be trusted in the strength of a man.
Right.
And that's what Moses messed up on. Was it now they're all, oh, Moses is great. You know what I mean? He was already good looking. You know what I mean? He was already good looking according to Josephus. He was already huge. He was already an imposing general to where even the nations was falling down to him, right? And now the people are thinking, damn, it's this man that's doing everything. See that? Where if he would have spoke to the rock, they would have known that ain't him. We all got voices, but that rock opened up by the word of the Most High, by the name of the Most High being uttered to him. Y'all see that? But now the people are just trusting in this man. And that's why we do it to this day. You know what I mean? It tells you, Josephus, he's still feared by people to this. Moses is still, not Josephus, but Josephus writes that people still fear Moses to this day, like the boogeyman, like as if he's watching over them. You know what I mean? Because he was that imposing a figure. That even back then, he was just a power to be looked at. Y'all see that? So it made us continually trust in man. So now all our figures that we look up to, that be stupid as hell, like Shaquille O'Neal is retarded. He's like literally borderline retarded. He's you know what I mean? It's just, what? And we look up to that. Why? Because the nigga's 7'2" and he's huge. And we programmed ourselves to look up to people like that. The Most High wanted us to be switched over to trusting in him and his voice. But Moses messed that up. Y'all see that? That's why he got such a heavy punishment, man. Because you'd be like, damn, you lived 120 years putting up with 6 million people. And just off of one little instance, you're going to tell him he can't go to the promised land with everybody else? Well, that's why.
The same 6 million, the same people he's trying to get there, you can't go there with them?
Yeah, why? That's the problem. You just made them all believe in you. What happens when you die? You know what I mean? That's why you look at him, as soon as he died, what happened? You go into Numbers, or you go into Judges. As soon as him and Joshua were dead, you got into the book of Judges, and then it's like, oh, we doing whatever we want to do. The people, every man did what was right in his own eyes. Where we at?
Numbers chapter 20, verse 14. And Moses sent messengers from Kadesh.
Kadesh.
From Kadesh unto the king of Edom. Thus says thy brother Israel, thou knowest all the travail that hath befallen us, how our father went down into Egypt, and we have dwelt in Egypt a long time. And the Egyptians vexed us and our fathers. And when we cried unto the Lord, he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and hath brought us forth out of Egypt. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the uttermost of thy borders. Let us pass, I pray thee, through thy country. We will not pass through the fields or through the vineyard, neither will we drink of the water of the well. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand nor to the left, until we have passed that border. And Edom said unto him, thou shalt not pass by me, lest I come out against thee with the sword. And the children of Israel said unto him.
Now hold on, who's that? That's Edom, right? The so-called white man. Do they not share the same characteristics to this day?
Yes, they do.
Nah, we made a border here. You can't cross now. This ain't really even technically your land. Y'all took it from the giants that lived here before. We trying to do the same thing, but you gonna stop us from walking through the land, right? Okay, go to a public park. After what, 9 o'clock? You can't even go into a public park? Like, dude, it's a public park. It's for the public. You telling me after 9 a.m. I can't walk between some trees? That's Esau though. That's their way. Like, nah, this is ours now. We put a imaginary border around it. Like, you didn't even put a wall up yet. We can walk through. But you're gonna tell us we can't go here because you made an imaginary line? That's Esau's way. Yeah, the whole map system is their problem, is their thing. Like, this border right here is ours. This right here, we live here. You can't live here now. What?
This land is my land.
Yeah.
This land is your land.
Right, all that. Like, come on, man.
This land is your land. The
land is the most high's, man. But they try to claim the whole earth is theirs. Don't you know every person in the world could literally have an acre of land and not even cover the whole entire part of Australia? But Esau trying to tell you there's overpopulation. Like, no, it's because you make little imaginary borders that don't exist in real life. You know what I mean? There's not, like, when you go to Canada, right? There's not an actual line there. Like, when I was a kid, I thought there was like real lines or something there. It's like, there's no real line there. There's not a line to be like Canada, America. You know what I mean? It's just the woods. You just like walk across the woods and you're in Canada somehow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's how it is. Like, going to like a lot of these different states, it's usually like you drive past this river. Like, for going into Louisiana, it's like you go over like this little bayou or this little river. Once you go over that,
Yeah.
you're in Louisiana.
Louisiana, yeah. There's no real lines, but that's what I'm showing you is these are for the people that say Esau's not the white man. You know what I mean? These are their characteristics. They carry those characteristics in their damn DNA to this day. Like, even if, just like us, we can't prove we're Israelites, but by what? The characteristics of an Israelite, right? We're brought over here in slave ships. We're in captivity to our enemies. No other nation on earth is living in that condition. No other peoples on this earth is living in their enemy's land, having to serve them. Change their name to their names. That's only stuff that was supposed to happen to the biblical Israelites. Huh? And we're living under that. So that's how we know who we are. We go by the Spirit. and it identifies us as the children of God. Okay?
Con.
Now we got to go by the Spirit, the word of the Most High, and identify our enemies for who they are. The so-called white man is Esau.
That's right.
They're the ones drawing lines in the sand and acting like they own the beach. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the beach is nice, man. Hey, listen, no trespassing. Like, what the hell? You are the trespasser. You're the one that came to our beach. You know what I mean? They erect some land, erect a house somewhere and put a no trespassing sign out. Like, bro, you don't even own that land. That's not yours. I can walk in the grass. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
And they put that in our head, and now we got the same thing going on. Y'all niggas don't walk on my grass. Like, it's grass. It'll grow back.
Grass was made to be walked on. It was literally made to be walked on. It was made to be ran on.
The Most High put it there so you didn't cut your feet on the ground.
Walk on something soft, man.
So you have to walk on rocks your whole life. Where we at, man?
On Numbers chapter 20, verse 19. And the children of Israel said unto him, we will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of that water, then I will pay for it. I will only, without doing anything else, go through on my feet. And he said, thou shalt not go through. And Edom came out against him with much people and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give him Israel passage through his border. Wherefore Israel turned away from him, and the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, journeyed from Kadesh and came unto Mount Hor.
Mount Hor.
Mount Hor. And the Lord spake unto Moses. And
So listen, another characteristic, right? We welcome them in our communities. To this day, we're a welcoming people, right? The white man come through, he leave with a barbecue plate, you know what I mean, and know how to rap all of a sudden. You know what I mean? We don't beat his ass because he's white. We don't call the cops on him because he's a white man in a black neighborhood. That's not us. Chinese man come through our neighborhood, put a store up, we go shop with him. You know what I mean? What's up, Ching Chang? And then he joke back with us, you know what I mean? We do a little banter and we roll out, right? But when we go in their neighborhoods, do they act the same way with us? I'm not going to say when we erect a business in their neighborhood because we don't even do that at all. But when we go in their neighborhood, do they treat us the same way? Nah. Your skin is your sin in their neighborhoods. See that? So, you know, we're looking at them right here. We're looking at their characteristics. We came there, listen, we ain't even going to stay here. We're just going to walk through. Well, listen, even if we drink your water, man, the water that's freely given to the entire world, 70% of the earth is water, right? Even if we drink your water, we'll pay you for it. Y'all see that? We'll pay you just for breathing your air like you require. Because that's what they require to this day, right? You want to drink the water? Oh, okay, well, you got to pay HUD or MUD or whatever the hell they are, right? Oh, you want to breathe air? You know what I mean? You want fresh air in your house? Well, you got to pay for an air filter for $49.99. You know what I mean? You want gas in your house so you could light a fire? Fire, a naturally occurring element? One of the 4 basic ones?
Basic.
Oh, you got to pay for fire. They got you paying for every damn thing, man. But that ain't our nature. Oh, you want fire? Get the coal, man. Get the charcoal. We'll throw some chicken on it, man. You can have a meal too. Y'all see that?
Con.
That's our nature. Go to, I'm talking about all 12 tribes. You go to Issachar, right? You go to a Mexican neighborhood, you part of La Raza all of a sudden, man. You know what I mean? If they having a party, you having a party. You know what I mean? If they drinking beer, you drinking beer, man. And if you don't, you insulted everybody.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That's when you got to get the hell out of here. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what? Go ahead, man. You ain't partying. Go. Don't know what you're here for. Y'all see that? They get mad if you don't join in. But go to Esau. Try to go to Esau when they're at brunch. You know what I mean? So when we were in Miami, they look at you funny just for looking at their plate.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They out there eating outside, the outside restaurant thing, you know what I mean? They eat outside, I'm looking like, trying to see what they serve at the place. So I'm like, and they looking at me like, you know how their faces do where they just look like they in G-forces? You know what I mean? I'm like, wow, I just looked at the plate. I didn't even look at you. I wasn't looking at your woman.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But they get real defensive, man. This is their nature. We don't got to say Esau's the white man over and over and over again. When you're reading, you could be like, who are these Edomites, man? They act real familiar. They act like people we know now, or non-people we know now. Y'all see that?
There you go.
Where we at?
Numbers chapter 20, verse 23. And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor by the coast of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, for he shall not enter into the land which I had given unto the children of Israel, because ye rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah.
And then here's another link that you get to put. When you rebel against the Most High's word, it shows that you don't believe. Y'all see that? So you can link that with what we just read earlier with the at verse 12. You link all that. You just link this whole story together with John 3:16. And then when you do that, you'll be able to show a person what John 3:16 is about. So let's get the next reader up. Next reader, who's going next? Whoa. Why everybody want to come to our street speaking spot?
I know. My room told me about that. They right there on the corner. Yeah. I forgot what camp it is, man, but they out there on our corner.
So you don't have, it's not ISUPK, you get IUIC on one side of our spot.
Nah, ISUPK got respect. They wouldn't do that.
But this is a black and gold. Jeremiah, Shabbat Tashol, Yahawada, Ban Yashra'ala, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Shai Brakdam.
Yahweh Shem Shai Brakdam.
That's wild, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, that's why the scripture says, the first shall be last and the last shall be first.
Right, so you gotta beware, especially of the circumcision.
Bruh.
Be the first ones trying to jack your spot, trying to steal from you, everything. Wow, jack your whole swag. And they out there doing it wrong. Huh? What is it? Oh, is that just a picture? Oh, it's a video.
It's a picture.
Wait, where is it?
It's right there by the
Oh, right from the West Front. Okay. Yeah. We just stand right in the middle. Loudspeaker.
Nah, we're just gonna hit another spot.
Nah, so yeah, I ain't gotta go there. I'm just messing around.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, this ain't IUIC.
No, IUIC wouldn't do that. They got class.
IUIC was out there yesterday at our spot.
Really?
Closer to our spot. They always do that.
They let me know.
You said they let you know.
Wow.
Hey. You doing something right. Hey, but listen.
Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
Con.
That's what you call it when somebody jacks your old swag.
And you know what the scripture does say, man. Do we go and forbid them? Do we go and stop them? Nah, let them do their thing.
Which all men would prophesy.
God. Since nobody wants to go to a different intersection in Houston, we will go to a different intersection and show somebody else, look, we don't all have to be at the same damn intersection. Y'all can go to another. Listen, y'all, this is not like this is a pop-in intersection. The intersection is just real close to the school. We can walk there.
All of them in the world, and they choose it.
All of them in the world, and you have 4 different camps that'll come to the same one. Why? Because we've been the most consistent there. We've been the most we've been the ones that's had the most standard when we're there, that's had the most balance, and they see that people, they love us when we're out there. That's why they will come to try to get some of that love. That's the only thing I can say. You know what I'm saying? So they trying to, oh man, they're doing good when they street speak, and it ain't even like we're going out there with a whole bunch of manpower. But when we go out there, you know what it is? That word is delivered right. It's delivered with a standard. It's delivered with balance and etiquette, and they see that. They see that spirit that's out there.
For every McDonald's, there gotta be a Whack Arnold's. You know what I mean? There gotta be a, what was that on Coming to America? What was it?
Bro, well, why y'all always hit me with these movies? And then y'all like really expect me to know. I never seen anything that Coming to America. Oh, you didn't?
No, I was looking at it.
Well, you touched me.
All right. For every McDonald's, there gotta be a McDowell's, man.
Who?
From Coming to America, that's what they did.
Oh.
He would steal everything McDonald's do and call it something else, and then you get sued by them all the time. Yeah. Because they had the McFlurry, and he got what? He was like, I put the nuts under the ice cream. It's the same thing. Man, where we at, man?
Numbers chapter 20, verse 25. Take Aaron and Eleazar, his son, and bring them up unto Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them upon Eleazar his son. And Aaron shall be gathered unto his people, and shall die there. And Moses did as the Lord commanded. And they went up into Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments and put them on Eleazar his son. And Aaron died there in the top of the mount. And Moses and Eleazar came down from the mount. And when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel.
So where are we going now? Okay.
Exodus chapter 21, verse 1.
Wait, you saw numbers, right?
I'll read that. Numbers chapter 21, verse 1. And when King Arad, the Canaanite, which dwelt in the south, heard tell that Israel came by the way of spies, then he fought against Israel and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow unto the Lord and said, If thou wilt indeed deliver this people into my hand, and I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord hearkened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities, and he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea to compass the land of Edom, and the soul of the people was much discouraged because of the way. And the people spake against God and against Moses, Wherefore have ye brought upon us up the top of Egypt, brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loatheth this light bread.
So they were talking against the manna. Their soul hated the manna. Are you serious? It tastes like whatever you want it to taste like. See, this is the problem with the Most High didn't drop an instruction manual right in front of them. When they ate manna, instead of using their imagination and thinking what they wanted to eat, they went out there thinking, what the hell is this? That's what they called it, manna. What is this? What is it? You know what I mean? Well, it's whatever you want it to be. Right? To Moses, it tasted like wafers and honey. Right? But when you go into, was it Esdras, I think it was? He talks about that it accustomed to every man's taste. So if if you could imagine eating a pizza with all the toppings, then when you put that in your mouth, that's what it tasted like. Y'all see that? If your imagination was expanded past what you ate in Egypt, you know what I mean? Because you've seen what was on the people's mind. We missed the leeks and onions. That's why you're tired of the manna, because that's all that's on your brain. When you're eating the manna, it tastes like onions to you. Wow. Imagine having to eat onions for 40 damn years. Of course your spirit hates it. All you got on your brain is leeks and onions. Put something else in your brain. When they cried to Moses, we missed the flesh pots we used to eat next to. The flesh pots you ate next to as slaves. So you want the manna to taste like pork. Because the Egyptians was cool with pork. They just weren't cool with sheep. They abhorred sheep, but they would eat pork. So you're okay with that. That's what you want to eat. Eat the manna. If you want it to taste like that, it'll taste like that, you disgusting bastard. You know what I mean? But what do? Leeks and onions. Flesh pots from Egypt. Right? That's like we go out into the wilderness when we go out into the wilderness the second time, right? And all you've been accustomed to is McDonald's. Yeah, you're going to get tired of McDonald's after 40 damn years in the wilderness. You're going to hate that stuff. You're going to, Big Mac again. Right?
That's true.
But if you actually went to restaurants and been to Benihana's and you've been over to these, fancy spots and ate Wagyu beef and stuff like that, when you put that manna in your mouth, your menu is expanded. You know what I mean? Green chili chicken enchiladas, delicious. You know what I mean? Today, what are we having? Right? When you go out there, you got a whole menu in your brain. When Moses went out there, when Aaron, when these men of faith went out there, they got it. They understood, hey, this is angel's food. This is whatever you want it to be. Y'all see that? But they didn't. The rest of the people, they didn't get an instruction manual. They just got taught how to gather it and whatever. So it was like, oh, God, let me make a cake fried in oil again. And leeks and onions. For 40 years. And so they start complaining. Oh, yeah, we hate this manna. No, you hate yourself. You hate that you have no imagination. Because if you hate the manna, it tastes like whatever you want it to taste like. You hate you. That's what the manna did for them. Is it any wonder they hung Christ? When he said, I was the manna that your fathers ate in the wilderness. That's why they hated him, because everything he said, sowers and seeds. Well, that's all you know about, but you don't know how to bring that over to the kingdom of heaven. You're taking everything I'm saying literally. How the hell the kingdom of heaven like a sesame seed? God's bigger than that. Sesame seeds only this big, nigga. Like, wow. Nah, y'all supposed to understand that what I'm saying is you have to have faith like the grain of a mustard seed. You got to have a belief. Even if it was that small, you can move a mountain. Y'all see that? But what I'm showing you is when you put the seed in the ground, it gets big. It turns into a big-ass tree, and you know how that goes, right? Nah, nigga, you off. Right? That's how they did him. Why? Because they had no imagination, no faith. Same as their fathers in the wilderness. They picked up that manna, leeks and onions. Day 40, leeks and onions. Week 50, leeks and onions. Year 20, leeks and onions. Why don't you just think of something else? Stop thinking of Egypt. Stop thinking of where you've been and think of where you're trying to be. The land flowing with milk and honey is why the wafers tasted like milk and honey to Moses. That's where his mind was. Y'all see how deep that is? It tasted like wafers and honey and oil because Moses was thinking of the promised land that the Most High had promised him: corn, wine, oil, and milk and honey. That's what's in Moses' mind. Y'all see that?
Con.
So that's why he got that. That's why he got that flavor. You got leeks and onions because where's your mind at?
Back in slavery.
Yep. Is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? You a house nigga. You still dreaming about master's food, master's plate, his little scraps, his little chicken bone he used to throw you under the table. So y'all gotta watch it because we're going back into the wilderness, man. You know what I mean? Only 144,000 is going in the chariots. We're going through the wilderness to get back. And some of y'all gonna be fussing like, damn, the hell is this? Whataburger again? Like, yeah, because you got a Whataburger mentality. You got a Whataburger brain. You see that? Ah, damn, spoiled ass meat from Sarku, Japan again? Yeah, because your mind's still back in mall food. Yeah, mall food is the worst. It's almost as bad as school lunch was, man. I eat ramen. I'm like, how you mess up ramen? Like, this chick gave me a ramen bowl that tasted like damn sand and dirt. You know what I mean? Like, how you mess up ramen noodles, man? Like, you can't even put salt in there? Like, you could have got a flavor pack and I would have been satisfied. You know what I mean? You could have got the flavor pack out the ramen noodles and threw it in your noodles. I'd have been cool. You gave me water and noodles and a piece of chicken and an egg with the yolk running. Like, I'll kill you. Right here in this mall, I'll kill you. Ugh. But that's, okay, then what's going to be your mentality when you get out into the wilderness? Are you going to have a ramen mentality? You know what I mean? Every day you wake up to eat that manna, it's going to be ramen noodles? With no flavor pack? You know what I mean? Every day you wake up, it's pancake mix, Aunt Jemima pancake mix. That's all you got on the brain, but then that's what you're going to eat. But if you have faith in the Most High and say, you know what, today, the Most High said He's going to give me everything my heart desires. So when I eat this manna, man, that's the 3-cheese pizza with the olives on it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? From Hungry Howie's with the stuffed crust. I get real specific. Hints. Nah, you know what I mean? Today, that's that marble cake with the triple frosting like my rib makes. You know what I mean? Where she puts it on the hot cake. You know what I mean? She don't wait for it to cool down. She throws the icing on the hot cake. You know what I mean? Yeah, lets it get all melty and run into the cake. Then you eat the cake and it tastes like the frosting's inside it and all in there. You know what I mean? Yeah, like a Twinkie. There you go. I'll get y'all hungry because we're only on the second reader. You know what I mean? But yeah, y'all got to realize this, man. That manna was supposed to be anything you wanted it to be.
Right.
It was left up to you. If you hated manna, you hated you. So when you hated Christ, you hated yourself. When you hate your brother, who do you hate? Yeah, when you go into those anger books and hate books, they tell you everything you hate in somebody, the only reason it stands out to you so much is because you are familiar with it.
That's right.
It's in you. You always hate the thing that somebody else is doing because you identify what you hate in yourself. I can't believe she talks like that. You mean all out of her nose and nasally like you just said? Yeah, she talks like the chick from Family Guy. Like, you hate you. You know what I mean? You don't hate her, you hate you. She's always stealing. How do you know? Because you're a thief and you know when she pickpocketed somebody. You know when she snatched that pen up and didn't give it back. You know what I mean? You know that because you can see that. You open to that world. Like, I never catch thieves because I ain't that way. I don't think of people that way. You know what I mean? But I was with a brother. He always like, yeah, you see her? She just snatched a candy bar. I'm like, nigga, I'm shopping. I'm trying to get my candy bar. You know? How you see her do that? Because you a thief. You know what I mean? He was in that world before. Y'all see that? So we identify, we hate the things that we identify in us. We just identify it in somebody else and we hate to see it. But that's what everybody else is seeing when they see you. You know what I mean? This man is bland and boring. That's you. You hate yourself. Your soul hates itself. Where you at, man?
I would say that Brother says you wanted to find it in the Apocrypha. It's the Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 20 and 21. It said, instead whereof thou feddest thine own people with angels' food, and didst send them from heaven bread prepared without their labor.
Angels don't even eat when they come down here. But no, it's like, hey, I'll get you a sheep and a fresh sheep, and you can do whatever you want. I ain't gonna eat it. That's how the angel did him, man. The angels don't even eat food. Whatever the Most High feeding them up there, you got to eat it down here.
That's right.
And you crying? We complained about that? The hell is wrong with niggas, man?
Con.
Israel's retarded. Go ahead.
Able to content every man's delight.
Every man's delight. If you delighted yourself in leeks and onions, that's why you ate that. That's why it tasted like that to you. Y'all see that? If you delighted yourself in the flesh pots of Egypt, that's why it tasted like that to you. That was your problem. That wasn't the Most High doing that to you. He didn't make you suffer like that. Nigga, nobody told you to eat the same thing every day. Oh, Captain Crunch ass nigga. You know what I mean?
God.
Oh, Velveeta block eating government cheese nigga. Like, nobody told you to eat that every damn day. You know what I mean?
God.
Takis again. That's you. That's your fault. You the one want to go to the corner store every time you needed a meal. That ain't the Most High. Gas station burrito. That's you. You hate your generic self. You know what I mean? That's what they used to call the government food back in the day, generic. What was it? Yeah, they called it generic. You get in the black and white labels. Gad know all about that. They still be giving them that on the reservations. You get a can of peanut butter and a black and white can. Horrible, man. Government food. You a government cheese nigga. That's your fault. You know what I mean? You never wanted to expand your horizons. You never wanted to eat something different. Cats get like that out of jail, man. They coming out of jail and you still making a spread. Like, bro, you're free. You don't gotta eat the crushed up ramen with the Cheetos smashed on and made in a bag, in a foil bag. You don't gotta do that no more. You know what I mean? Cooked with hot water that you made from the coffee pot. Like, you ain't gotta do that no more, bro. You could eat other food. Come on, listen, let's go to freaking Texas Roadhouse. Come on, we'll get you a steak, bro. Nah, I'm good with this with the Slim Jim. What? Yeah, you cut it up in little pieces, man. You throw it in the soup. What? Nigga, no. Stop it. You don't gotta eat like that. You know what I mean?
Like jail food.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the spread. That's what you know what I mean. Look, bro, stop crushing up all your Oreos, man. We could just dip them in milk and chill. You don't gotta crush them up, save them for a week, roll them up in a towel. You know what I mean? You ain't gotta do all that no more, man. Keep the frosting separate. You ain't gotta do all that no more, bro. Just eat the Oreo. We'll buy another bag. You don't gotta eat this way no more, man. You know what I mean? You don't gotta eat pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. You don't gotta scrape the bottom of the barrel no more, man. But that's how our people were in the wilderness, man. Man, I'm weak. Got myself crying. Our people suck, man. Like this right here, I'm like, damn. Especially when you read that scripture, and it's like we were eating angels' food. Everything that we ate contented itself to our own desire. I think of what my fat ass ate my whole life. I'm like, wow, I would have had an extensive menu. Bruh, niggas would want to come over my house. I'd have been eating that like, if y'all seen Hook, how they was eating out the imaginary bowls. But when you got into that world with them, like they had a big old turkey in front of them, and like that would have been me. I'd have been like that little fat round boy out there, the one that used to roll into a ball. That would have been me. I'd have been like, you want to come over when I have manna. You know what I mean? These niggas is like, my soul abhorreth this manna. You loathe the manna? You use the word loathe? You got to come out the back of your throat to say that. You know what I mean? You got to go, loathe. You gotta go all the way back. You know what I mean? Your face gotta make the Esau face when you say that word. And you saying that about something the Most High gave you?
That's right.
Pathetic, man. You finished that?
Blah.
Where you at?
Last precept on this one, it says, and agreeing to every taste.
Yeah.
Verse 21, it says, for thy substance declare thy sweetness unto thy children, and serving to the appetite of the eater, tempered itself to every man's liking. That's it.
All right, so he tempered itself to every man's liking. What that said, spaghetti again. Car, man, you
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 20 and 21.
Yeah, Bakar says spaghetti again. You know what I mean? You get that old dry ass spaghetti. You know what I mean? The project spaghetti. That was back in the day for me, man. That dry spaghetti with the where the meat actually still sticks to the noodles because it's so dry. It ain't even two separate things. The sauce is like in the noodle now. The noodle's not white. It's like orange with the meat stuck to it. Some of y'all don't know that life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, nah, I had standards. Hey, y'all Jamaicans is horrible too, man. Y'all seen that video smashing that pig over the head with a hammer, chasing him around? I see what y'all did.
It was fun.
See? See? Where we at, man? Numbers what?
Numbers 21 and 6.
Alright.
Numbers chapter 21 verse 6. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, we have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against thee. Pray unto the Lord that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said unto Moses, make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass that every one that is bitten, when he looketh upon it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole, and made it. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived.
So some of y'all see that serpent on the pole right now, we always think of something negative, right? It's always got a negative image in our head. The serpent was like the symbol of Israel. That was like an Israelite symbol. That's why those certain kings of Egypt, the way you knew they were Israelites, the Hyksos, was they would have that little cobra coming out of the top of their hat. That was not an Egyptian thing. That was our thing. You understand? Yeah. And you could probably go back to when Moses was having to fight the Ethiopians, and they went through that narrow passageway, and then what the Egyptians had done, or what the Ethiopians had done, they had left these serpents to jump out of the ground and bite you in the face. They left those all over the place. And so Moses came with the idea of bringing these ibirs or something like that. I forgot what kind of bird it was called. But he brought these certain type of birds to prey on those snakes. So they thought they got away going through that narrow passage. He sent the birds ate the snakes, and we walked right through that passage and came after them. That's how he used the Egyptian army to defeat the Ethiopians. Wow. So that was our symbol. That became our symbol. Y'all see that? So when he said put that serpent on the pole, that was representing our nation. Y'all see that? But it was also representing Yahushua. That's why Yahushua said it. As Moses raised up the serpent in the wilderness, so must the Son of Man be raised up 3 days. So that was representing Christ. And just like you looked at that serpent and the snakes didn't bite you, you looked at Christ and that sin don't touch you no more. You keep your eyes on Christ and that sin don't mess with you no more. Y'all see that?
God.
So when you do sin, when you do get that guilty feeling is not just something you made up. It's that you took your eyes off your Yahushua. It's the same thing Moses did. Yeah. You took your eyes off the prize, man. God, where we at?
Numbers chapter 21 verse 10. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched it Oboth.
Yeah.
And they journeyed from Oboth and pitched at
Ajib.
Ajirium.
Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Good job. Ajibiram.
In the wilderness which is before Moab, toward the sunrising. From thence they removed and pitched in the valley of Zered. From thence they removed and pitched on the other side of Aaron, which is the wilderness that cometh out of the coasts of the Amorites. For Aaron is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Wherefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, what he did in the Red Sea and in the brooks of Aaron, and at the stream of the brooks that goeth down to the dwelling of Ar, and lieth upon the border of Moab. And from thence they went to Beer, that is the well whereof the Lord spake unto Moses, gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang the song, Spring up, O rose, sing ye unto it. The princes dig the well, the nobles of the people digged it by the direction of the lawgiver with their staves, and from the wilderness they went to Matana.
That's it. All right. Let's get the next brother up. Let's get the fourth brother up. All right. Elijah Shabbat Shal Yashkar Bun Yashala Ben Vizra Amadi Barak
Yahweh Shema Shabrakta.
Yahweh Shema Shabrakta. Alright, you can read to verse 22. Numbers 19, 22.
Numbers chapter 21 and verse 19. And from Montana to Nahali, and from Nahali to Bamoth, and from Bamoth in the valley that is in the country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looketh towards Jeshimon. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through thy land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. Ye will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we be past thy borders. And Sihon would not suffer Israel to pass through his borders, but Sihon gathered all his people together and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz and fought against Israel. And Israel smote him with the edge of the sword and possessed his land from Aaron and Jabbok, even unto the children of Ammon, For the border of the children of Ammon was strong, and Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelt in all the cities of the Amorites, and Heshbon, and in all the villages thereof. And Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even unto Aaron. Wherefore they that speak in Proverbs, saying, Come into Heshbon, let the cities of Sihon be built up and prepared. For there is a fire gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It has consumed all of Moab, and the lords of the high places of Aaron. Woe to thee, Moab, thou art undone, O people of Chemosh. He has given his sons that escaped and his daughters into captivity unto Sihon, king of the Amorites. We have shot at them. Heshbon is perished even unto Dibon, and we have laid them waste even unto Nophah, which reaches and unto Medeba. Thus Israel dwelt in the land of the Amorites, and Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they took the villages thereof, and drove out the Amorites that were there, and they turned and went up by the way of Bashan, and all the king of Bashan went out against them, he and all his people to the battle, and Endri. And the Lord said unto Moses, Fear him not, for I have delivered him into thy hand, and all his people and his land, and thou shalt do to him as thou didst unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, which dwelt at Heshbon. So they smote him and his sons and all his people until there was none left him alive, and they possessed his land. Numbers chapter 22 and verse 1. And the children of Israel set forward and pitched in the plains of Moab on this side of Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorite.
All right, that's it. Oh, you're supposed to be the one. All right, you're going to go to Judges 11, verse 1. We're going to go to Judges chapter 11, verse 1.
Judges chapter 11 and verse 1. Now
Jephthah, yeah.
And Gileadite was a mighty man of valor, and he was the son of an harlot, and Gil begot Jephthah, and Gil's wife bare him sons, and his wife's sons grew up, and they trusted out Jephthah, and said unto him, Thou shalt not inherit in our father's houses, for thou art the son of a strange woman. Then Jephthah fled from his brethren, and dwelt in the land of Tob, and there were gathered vain men to Jephthah, and out with him, And it came to pass in process of time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And it was so that when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob.
All right, that's it. That's it. So we'll get the next reader up. Shathak. Oh, this one's right. Yeah, Shathak. He's going to be coming up. So real quick, so what we're reading real quick, in this Judges chapter 11, verse 1, you had Jephthah, who was a Gileadite, right? Jephthah, he was born to his mom was a harlot, and he had brothers that was born to, regular wives by his father, right? And they kicked him out the land because they kicked him away from the inheritance and all that because he was born of a harlot woman. And so he went and he was just hanging around vain people. And then they came to him because they knew that he was a great man of valor when the Ammonites came to make war against Israel. So they came to him, the same one that they kicked out because his mom was a harlot. He had no control over it. They came to him to make him pretty much the general for them, to make them the leader of their army. So we're going to be reading about that a little bit. All right.
Wow. Wow.
See, it's not just me.
Yeah, my lips dry.
I can voice more.
Shathak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoiada.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Shathak, Shabbat Shah, Yehoiada, Ban Yashala.
Shathak, Shabbat Shal, Yehoiada, Bun Yasha'alam, and Abizra, Amadi, Barak.
Yehovah Shem Yahushua Rakathum.
Yehovah Shem Yahushua Rakatah.
All right. So we're picking up at Judges chapter 11, verse 6.
Trying to find this for this brother in his book, man, about the snake thing. Let's see.
Oh, you talking about the Moses? Oh.
Nah, not that part, but like where the kings used to have that on their head.
Oh, okay. What about Moses? I should have that highlighted somewhere.
Judges, chapter 11, and verse 6. And they said unto Jephthah, Come and be our captain, that we may fight against the children of Ammon. And Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, Do not ye hate me, and expel me out of my father's house? And why are ye come unto me now when ye are in distress? And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, Therefore we turn again unto thee now, that thou mayest go with us and fight against the children of Ammon, and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Then Jephthah said unto the elders of Gilead, If ye bring me home again to fight against the children of Ammon, and the Lord deliver them before me, shall I be your head? And the elders of Gilead said unto Jephthah, The Most High be witness between us, if we do not so according to thy words. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain over them. And Jephthah uttered all his words before the Lord in Mizpeh. Verse 12. And Jephthah sent messengers unto the king of the children of Ammon, saying, what hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to fight in my land?
So this is Jephthah talking to the king of Ammon. Go ahead.
And the king of the children of Ammon answered unto the messengers of Jephthah, because Israel took away my land when they came up out of Egypt, and from Arnon even unto Jabbok and unto Jordan. Now therefore restore these lands again peaceably.
You know what's cool about this? This was like 300 years ago. Like we literally just read about it in Numbers. Fast forward to time in Judges, it's like 300 years later, and now they want to come back and try to get their land. That wasn't their land. You see that?
Try.
Go ahead.
And Jephthah sent messengers again unto the king of the children of Ammon, and said unto him, Thus said Jephthah, Israel took not away the land of Moab.
You see that? Because we didn't. When we were reading the Numbers, it said that we walked around the perimeter of the land.
No.
We can pass it, right?
Watch what he says.
Okay.
Because we did take the land of Moab, but we didn't take it from him.
Oh, okay.
He had got his ass beat by somebody else, and we took it from them. Then he came trying to reclaim it from us.
Oh,
Watch
okay.
what Jephthah says. Watch. Go ahead.
Nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when Israel came up from Egypt and walked through the wilderness unto the Red Sea and came to Kadesh, then Israel sent messengers unto the king of Edom, saying, Let me, I pray thee, pass through thy land. But the king of Edom would not hearken thereto. And in like manner they sent unto the king of Moab, but he would not consent. And Israel abode in Kadesh. Then they went along through the wilderness and compassed the land of Edom, and the land of Moab, and came by the east side of the land of Moab, and pitched on the other side of Arnon. But came not within the borders of Moab, for Arnon was the border of Moab. And Israel sent messengers unto Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon. And Israel said unto him, Let us pass, we pray thee, through thy land into my place. But Sihon trusted not Israel to pass through his coast. But Sihon gathered all his people together and pitched in Jahaz and fought against Israel. And the Most High power of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel. And they smote them. So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites.
See, the Amorites.
Damn.
The Amorites had whooped the Moabites' ass way back in the day. We beat them up and took their stuff. Y'all see that?
Okay.
But this guy's trying to act like we came over and stole his land. Like, nah, bro. You lost that a long time ago. Go ahead.
I don't understand. I don't understand. So if the Amorites took it from the Moabites,
They beat them in battle. They conquered and took their land.
right?
Yeah. So now it's their land.
So now it's the Amorites' land.
Yeah.
I
See,
mean,
if they had a problem with it, that's what Jephthah is going to tell them. If you had a problem with that, y'all should have whooped the Amorites. Why you wait till we did it? It's our land now. We beat them. They beat you. We beat them. That's ours.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You don't get to come back and try to claim it from us like we stole it. No, we rightfully took it over in battle from the people that beat you up.
Okay.
That's not our fault. That's what the Palestinians is going to be wanting when we get over there. It's like, no, nigga, this has always been our land. They beat us, then we beat them. Or, you know, then Yahushua beat them and gave his land back to his people. That's right. What's your problem? Go back to wherever you came from, which is more than likely Caucasus Mountains with the rest of them.
Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah. But yeah, that's how Jephthah was telling him, like, bro, if you had a problem, you should have beat them people that beat you. Don't come to us after we did all your dirty work for you.
That's right.
And try to reclaim your land. That ain't how this works. Y'all see that?
God.
But they know that because they beat the Moabites and took their land.
Yeah. But see, that's what I'm saying is we knew their history,
Right.
but they was trying to play us. Like, listen, you took our land from us. Like, you're just living here. You know what I mean? Like, you just started living here, and we lived here first. Like, no, bro, we didn't. There wasn't one Moabite here when we took this land over. Y'all was already beat already. The Amorites beat y'all. We were just better than the Amorites, who were better than you. See? Yeah, watch. Jephthah's going to explain it. Watch. Go ahead.
So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites.
See, we possess all the land of the Amorites. Just happened to be that they took that land from you in battle. Go ahead.
The inhabitants of that country, and they possessed all the coast of the Amorites, from Arnon even unto Jabbok, and from the wilderness even unto Jordan. Verse 23. So now the Most High power of Israel hath dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. And shouldest thou possess it? Wilt thou not possess that which Cheshman?
Nah.
Shemash.
Yeah.
Chemosh, thy God giveth thee to possess.
See? He's like, listen, didn't your God give you a land? Y'all got Chemosh, right? Didn't he give y'all something? Our God gave us this land. Where's your land? You see that? He's clowning him. Yeah, like, you worship Chemosh, don't he give you stuff? Don't you worship that big old fat statue of Buddha? Don't he give y'all nothing? Let him give you what he got for you.
God.
See that?
God.
Our God helped us beat the Amorites who beat you. Go ahead.
So, whomsoever the Most High power shall drive out from before us, them we will possess. 25. And now art thou anything better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever strive against Israel?
See? Listen, y'all had a king, Balak. He didn't even have the balls to come against us. He went over there and hired Balaam to try to put curses on us.
God.
Most High made him bless us. Then we killed Balaam and them. So, if you had a problem, you should have came a long time ago, G. You see that? This is how black people talk. You know what I mean? Look, if this is your seat, I don't see your name on it. Right? That's how we do people. Look, if you had a problem, bruh, we beat them 300 years ago. Back when Balaam and all that was trying to curse us and everything, that's how Balak tried to come against Israel. He didn't come head to head with us. He didn't step to us. He didn't declare war on us. He tried to go behind our back and curse us with a damn half a prophet. You know what I mean? A seer, not even a seer. What do you call it? Call him a diviner. You know what I mean? They got this old dumbass magician trying to curse us, man. What's his damn Hector's Patronus or something? You got Harry Potter over there trying to curse us. You know what I mean? If y'all had a problem, you should have beefed with us. You should have got your weapons, got on their front lines, and went toe to toe like the Amorites did and got their ass whooped. Y'all see that? This is how Jephthah's talking to him, man. Y'all had 300 years
300.
that they took that land from you, man. Y'all could have claimed that at any time from any people. But you waited till we whooped their ass, and then you gonna come and like what? Try to prey on our good nature? Like they do us today. See the characteristics of the same? They thought they actually was gonna get that, like we was just gonna be like, oh, you know what? You're right. Our bad. You know, come live with us. No. The Most High told us to destroy the Amorites. Don't leave none of them alive. Take their stuff and live there. Y'all see that? And he said not to let anybody else in. unless you passing through, or unless you want to become an Israelite. But we're not just gonna sit here and co-mingle with y'all. Nah, this is ours now. Y'all see that? It sound rough, but that's warrior talk, baby. That's what war is. You know what I mean? I don't whoop your ass and then gotta pay you. That don't make sense. Only in Esau's land does that make sense. You know what I mean? Like when the French came and got their ass whooped by Toussaint Louverture. Now they want to get reparations from Haiti? Like, no, bro. You came here to a place that wasn't yours. You tried to colonize it. We beat you up and sent you back home bankrupt. And now this is ours still. We shouldn't have to pay you nothing. Y'all see that? But like I said, that's American law though, man. You know what I mean? Oh, if a thief breaks in your house and you shoot him and you wound him, he can sue you for loss of income. Like, nigga, because I stopped him from his income being my stuff? Hell nah. You ain't gonna sue me for that and win? Only in America. It's Don King. You know what I mean? Only in America could some stuff like that happen, man.
Only in America.
But nah, back in the day, you whoop somebody's ass, their stuff was your stuff. They were your servants. If they wanted to live around you, okay, listen, you could be hewers of wood and drawers of water, which is basically saying you could be a cursed people as you live among us. And everybody look at you like, that nigga draws wood. You know what I mean? That nigga hews wood. He draws water. Right? You could be you're the water boy. You know what I mean? But you ain't gonna come in here and just be like us. That's how we dealt with the nations. Y'all see that? Now we gotta kowtow to them. Now we gotta treat them all good when they come in our neighborhoods and all this. But before, we didn't let you in unless you had a pass, man. You literally had to have your ghetto pass to get with us. Yeah, that's what freedom is, man. When we fighting over a block, the cops can come in and beat your ass right on the block. On your block, they can beat your ass, and then you gonna kill one of your own brothers to defend that same block.
Yep.
Eesh. Like I said, Israel retarded, man. Back then, we used to talk like this. We used to be tough. We used to be able to defend our land the right way. Go ahead.
Or did he ever fight against them? Verse 26.
So did you ever fight? Did he ever fight against us? Nah, he didn't do that. Balak, he didn't do that. He went the back way, trying to get Balaam to curse us, but he never fought us. Right? He didn't like us. But he shut his mouth about it. You can be mad at me, but don't step to me. That's how it was. Go ahead.
Verse 26. While Israel dwelled in Heshbon and her towns, and in Eror and in her towns, and in all the cities that be along the coast of Arnon.
Right, which used to be towns of Moab. All right. Go ahead.
300 years? Why therefore did ye not recover them within that time?
All right, see, these lands we didn't call them our lands back then. We were just passing through. So y'all had all that time. Y'all had 300 years, nigga. Yeah. The hell were you waiting on?
You weren't even born yet.
Yeah, you waiting for a bunch of shepherds to come through. So yeah, now we gonna talk tough because y'all was in Egypt. You know what I mean? Yeah, because y'all was in the wilderness and y'all shepherds. Nah, bro, don't talk tough now because the Most High will whoop your ass like he did all these other kings.
God.
Don't come over here asking and begging for your land back. Please give me my land that those guys stole from us. Nah, that's ours now. That's a finder's fee, bro. You're lucky you're alive. You're lucky we beat the Amorites before they completely destroyed the Moabites. See that?
Oh, that's so true.
Yeah, the Most High had mercy on you, bro. Take your butt on where Chemosh has delivered you to. Because our God had mercy on you being what are they? They were children of Shem, right? Moabites? Yeah, they're children of Shem, Lot's sons. Yeah. Right? So he had mercy on them just because of the fact that they were Lot's sons. Right? But y'all worshiping Chemosh now. That's why the Most High ain't delivering you from your enemies. Go get what Chemosh got for you. What's sad is, this is Israel talking to them like that, And then we went and did the same damn thing. Like, you saw what happened to the Moabites face to face. You saw what the Most High did to them because they started worshiping Chemosh and Molech and all these other gods and Kion and all that. You saw what he did to them for that. And you're going to go worship the same damn gods? So some other nation could be like, hey, this Judea is ours now. And now you want to cry about it? You had 400 years. You had 2,000 years to go fight whoever's on your land. Why you didn't do that? Like Gad. Gad today, they crying. We want our land back. How? Why? Nigga, you've had 500 years to whoop these cats. You ain't did it. You sat there drinking their fire water. Sat there, now you got your men going in and marrying their women. You don't look like you trying to go toe to toe with these cats. They still know you're the enemy, but you over there drinking their whiskey. You over there eating their government cheese. You over there sleeping with their women. Even Gad is like that. They like acting like it's a prize to have them a white blonde girl with blue eyes. Issachar be doing that too, man. Yeah, he be doing that too, heavy like. And then now Judah's into that. You know what I mean? Judah been in that since like the 60s. You know what I mean? But shoot, take it 10 years earlier, the 50s, we wasn't having that. We was in our communities with our women. You know what I mean? Now it's a prize to walk around with the enemy. Like you have 500 years, man. That's why Yahweh Shai is looking at it as like, is Israel a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Because why then is he spoiled, right? Why is he destroyed? Why is he messed up? Because he likes it. Because he got in there and liked it. And now you want to scream black power? Every time a policeman beats you up, you want to scream black power? Nigga, you have 500 years to go toe to toe.
Juneteenth.
You have 500 years to fight your enemies and gather up with your nation under the Most High and fight your enemy. So when Yahweh Shai takes this over, it's because you didn't take it over. When you got to bow to Christ and he come back like, bring everyone who don't want to serve me before me so I can slay him. When that happens, that's because you didn't do your own work. You didn't do your own dirt. We have 500 years to rise up against our enemies, come together under the Most High and say, you know what, we can beat them. We can take the land back. This land and ours. Yeah, this is ours too. We've been over here since before Solomon. Solomon was over here getting peacocks from over here. Peacocks ain't indigenous to the Eastern Hemisphere. That's true. He was getting that from over here. We've been over here since Palag, when the earth was divided. See, this used to be over there, but it drifted away when the Most High cracked up the earth. We've been over here for a long time already. You think some of our people weren't over here when the land started dividing? What you think all them Incas, Toltecs, Mayans, and all that, why they claiming they've been over here since the earth began? Because they have. They're Israelites that got cracked up and separated. Y'all see that? And then the rest of us came over here on boats. The rest of us came over here 722 BC, 70 AD, 1600 AD. Y'all see that? But we've been all over this earth, man. That's why they find in ancient Hebrew tablets in Los Lunas, Mexico, New Mexico, right? Yeah, Los Lunas. You know what I mean? They find in ancient Hebrew carved in the rocks in Puerto Rico. Yeah, we've been here. 800 stones. Yeah, we've been here all the time. That's why Gad called himself the people. We're the original man of this land and all that. Yeah, you are. Some of y'all was over here before you came over here in 722 BC. But you're still Israelites, man. That's right. We're still all one nation. That's right. You know what I mean? But we had 500 years, man, to gather together as a nation. But what do? Oh, no, you too light-skinned, man. You a Mongoloid. You ain't Israel, nigga. With fringes on saying that stuff. You know what I mean? Because I'm dark-skinned, you light-skinned. We still over here fighting each other. But that's how Yahweh Shai gonna look at it like, oh, really? Wait, you want to get buck on me now? I took the nation back from them for you because your punk ass was sitting in the damn room playing PlayStation 5 instead of working out for war. And you want to get buck on me? Listen, whoever's like this nigga, bring him here so I can cut their head off. That's how he's going to do Israelites. 2/3 of Israel is going to get cut off like that. Like, wait a minute. You think we going back from all these angels I got behind me, slaughtering this whole nation till the blood went up to the horse's neck while you was playing PlayStation? And you think I'm going to give that over to you? Nah, man. Y'all were getting run under all these angels and these 144,000 that kept faithful to me. That's who you going to serve now. You ain't going to do no Black Panthers. Yeah, all that stuff, take that off, right? Take off them black garments and put on some white garments. Y'all going to serve the Most High. Or else. That's how it's going to be. See, we're going to go back old school. It's going to be tough talking, and that's it. Heat and tough talk. You know what I mean? He's going to be like Biggie. All I got is heat and tough talk for you. If you're a nation, it's going to be sad for you. If you're an Israelite and you want to get bucked, it's going to be real sad for you. You're going to have more indignation because you the type that hung him on the cross. Flashback. You know what I mean? He's going to black out and kill you. Right? You know what I mean? Nails on, nigga. You got to go. You know what I mean? This is going to be a flashback for him. All those that will not serve me, bring them before me so I can slay them. That's how it's going to be. See, we looked at the Moabites, said all that tough talk, and then went right to worshiping their damn gods. The same ones that couldn't hold the land for them. Pathetic, man. You got to know your history. Because you got to know how stupid we were, man. Yep, saints will take the kingdom. Saints of the Most High will take the kingdom. Daniel 7:18. But we're going to take it under Christ. Before, we used to be able to take it under the name of Israel. Now we're going to take it under Yahushua. Yeah, we ain't going to get to put our name on it. It's going to be under the Most High in Christ. That's it. Where you at?
Judges chapter 11 and verse 27. Wherefore, I have not sinned against thee, but thou doest wrong to me. But thou doest me wrong to war against me. The Most High, the judge, be the judge this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. Howbeit, the king of the children of Ammon hearkeneth not unto the words of Jephthah, which he sent him.
This is Judges chapter 11, verse 29. Then the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpeh of Gilead. And from Mizpeh of Gilead he passed over unto the children of Ammon.
See, this is how we know the children of the Most High, man. Just like we know the children of Esau, we know them by their characteristic. This is the characteristic of a man of the Most High, man. They talk tough. You know what I mean? When the Spirit was on them, they talk just like the Most High. You see that? Oh, wait a minute. You want us to just give you some land that y'all had 300 years to claim back? We didn't mess with y'all. We went around Moab, bro. That's what you was talking about.
Yep.
You know what I mean? We didn't fight with Moab. We didn't try to conquer y'all. We went around y'all. We went around Esau, Moab, Ammon. We went around. We didn't mess with y'all, man. If y'all want to go toe-to-toe with us because you had some grievance with us, y'all had time. When y'all did have a grievance, Balak, he didn't even come correct. He didn't declare war. He tried to curse us behind our back. Okay. But we didn't mess with y'all. We went around that. We left y'all alone. But now, we done beat your enemies, the ones that took your land. We beat them. And now you want to come to us? Hell no. Take your ass back and get whatever gifts Chemosh got for you. You know what I mean?
Con.
That's how we talked. That's the spirit of the Most High. That's how he rolls. So if you're not ready for that, that's why you got to read the scriptures. You know what I mean? Search the scriptures. For in them you think you have eternal life. They are they which testify of Yahweh Shai. That spirit of Yahweh Shai was in Jephthah. Y'all understand? That was on him. He was talking to them like Yahweh Shai would have talked to them. Y'all get that? So you want to know that. You want to know how the spirit of the Most High rolls, because even historically, because now you got to know what kind of God you're approaching. See, he's not that God that they painted on the Sistine Chapel. No old butt-naked white man trying to touch on another butt-naked white man. He ain't the European God. You understand? He's a giant, huge black man that don't put up with crap. He don't take no as they say. You understand? That's who you're approaching. So when you come with that old Christian prayer that you used to do, oh Lord, thou art the power, and I love you so much. He ain't hearing that. He respects power. You understand? Look how the men of old had to talk to the Most High. You understand? Look how those men of old had to approach the Most High. You had to come correct, man. Abraham was a friend of the Most High, and he was like, hey, listen, if it's okay, I want to talk to you real quick. You know what I mean? You say you was going to kill all the people of Sodom and Gomorrah? What if there's like 50 in there? This is like good people. All right, man, for 50, I ain't going to kill them all. Okay, I know they ain't 50. Hey, listen, man, let me talk to you one more time. Is that okay? You had to come correct. Why? Because the Most High is a man of war.
Yep.
And even though Abraham was able to conquer 5 nations, with only 318 men that he trained, and he was a badass himself, he still came to the Most High like, hey buddy. You know what I mean? He came crouching and cowering to the Most High. You understand? But boldly asking for the things he wanted. Things he wanted to accomplish. You understand? He had to mix it. He had to come correct and then come boldly. You can't just come to the Most High any old way.
Yeah.
You can't come to him like the little church people do. You know what I mean? Spectacles, testicles, all in watch, and like, you think he listening to all that? Like, are you sitting there moaning and groaning? You think he's sitting there listening to that? He's a man of war, man. You understand?
Right.
There was a lot of generals I was reading about, man, that they didn't put up with that stuff, man. He can't come over and start giving some long soliloquy and all this stuff. He'd fall asleep on him, ask somebody else what he said. You know what I mean? Like, people learned around him, hey, you know what? Just drop what you got to drop and roll. You know what I mean? Say the information he needs and get to the point and go. Because he ain't that type of guy to want to hear your whole life story. You see that? You got generals like that in Israel. But the Most High is like this. He's that man of war. He thinks like that. That's why Christ said, don't come to the Most High with no vain repetitions. He ain't that kind of guy. He don't want to hear you moaning and doing Gregorian chants and all this crap. Of committing flagellism on yourself. You beating yourself with a cat of nine tails. You ain't hearing all that. You look like a little whiny baby. And like you're depressed. You know what I mean? Depressed people do that. Start cutting themselves. Like, what type of person are you? You're weak. He wants warriors, man. You understand? When you come before him, you come boldly before him. But come correct. You understand? What's that?
I heard what you said, Chris, because when I had my first daughter, they said that she had cancer when she was 2 months old. And the doctor would tell me, like, oh, well, it's going to be in her bones. And I would go to the Most High and say, oh, please don't let it be in her bones. Come back, says it's not there. And then he said, oh, it may be here. Each time I would go and I would pray, please don't let it be that. And he was kind of like, well, why not just say you want to be healed? At that time, I wasn't thinking come, but I'm like, you know what, you're right.
Yeah, you begging for scraps.
Right. So when I really did, say, by his stripes here, she's healed, and I believe that, then she was, and she's what, 30 years old now with 3 children, healthy. And she was 2 months old at the time. But, at that time when I was 22, I was thinking, oh, it's not, please don't let it do that. Please don't let it do this. Please don't let it do that. And each time he was like, if you know who I am, trust that I can heal her. And the surgeon who actually performed the surgery on her, he actually died like 3 years later from cancer.
See, that's the direct
Esau.
result of what the scripture says. The wicked shall be a ransom for the righteous. He gives to them what you should have got. Y'all see that?
Wow.
That's beautiful right there.
Very.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Was that it? That was it what you were talking about?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. I don't know if I interrupted you or not.
No, that was it. I was just saying that, we just sometimes we ask for things and we don't realize who we're really talking to. It's the same God who did, miraculous things.
God.
And we think that we just asking for let it rain on our water, on our grass, or, pray for this, pray for that.
God.
It's kind of like, I can do way much more, So,
Yeah, because like I said, we're raised on that. You know what I mean? Thank you, Jesus, for this food. Blessed, nourishing, enter into our bodies. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
that's it.
You know what I mean? Well, you just prayed over food. But you don't pray over your children. You take them to the hospital. You know what I mean? You just prayed over food, but you didn't pray against COVID for your nation. You know what I mean? You prayed over a piece of chicken. Well, you didn't pray over your life for the day. Make it make sense.
That's true.
Y'all see that?
Come on.
Stop asking for scraps. That's for the nations. The nations ask for scraps. They want the crumbs under the master's table. The children get the meat, bro. Y'all understand? The children should be asking for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to guide their people like Solomon did. Y'all get that?
All right.
The children get the kingdom. That's what we should be praying for. Y'all see that? A kingdom of righteousness where we don't gotta go to the hospital, where we don't gotta depend on Esau and their pharmaceuticals, their witchcraft. We don't gotta depend on none of that. The righteous pray for their nation. They pray for a righteous nation under the Most High. But Esau got you praying for scraps because that's what they know they're getting. Y'all see that? That's what they always been getting. The stuff their whole kingdom is scraps from our table. Y'all didn't know that? The riches of Esau is a scrap from our table. You know what I'm saying? Romans, it tells you that by our fall, the nations got rich. So they have a division of what they took from what we were. They got a little piece of it. The Arabs got a little piece of it. You think of the Arabs, they got money shooters. Shooting $100 bills at people, at strippers. They don't even take their clothes off. the Islam, the Arabs be having strippers that just come in and shake it in a gown. They be shooting buddy at them with buddy shooters, bro. And that's a piece of the kingdom we had. All that gold they sitting on, that's a piece of what they took when they took our gold from the temple. When they took them 600 gold shields we had in the temple. Yeah, we just had gold shields laying around for decoration. That when they ransacked, that's why they came for the temple. It wasn't because they wanted the Most High. They came in because they wanted our stuff. They wanted what we kept in the temple, the treasury. Y'all see that? So all these nations is eating off a little piece of what we have. The whole riches of America, so-called riches, because it's fiat money system, which means fake money system. That's what you're playing with, monopoly money.
Literally.
But all their gold, oil, drugs, everything they have, where are they getting it from? They get it from the East, right? Iraq, Afghanistan, whatever else they got over there that I keep forgetting about right now, Iran. All those places over there is ancient Israel. That's like the east side of Israel. That's the far east of Israel for us. We live from the from Mesopotamia all the way to the Mediterranean Sea. If you don't know what that is, look on a map. We owned all of that, not just the Gaza Strip.
Not just the Gaza Strip, man.
Nah, but that's why they keep going over there bombing these cats and doing all this stuff, is they want everything we had. They want to go in there and get our statues that was made out of gold and get our statues that we carved out of rocks and marble and everything like that. Where do you think they got art from? The Renaissance? Come on. Statues was our thing. They didn't invent statues. They didn't invent carving things out of marble. We did that. The Egyptians was doing that. You understand? The ancient Mesopotamians, who is us, we were doing that. All they did was jack it and try to make it white people. You know what I mean? The Venus de Milo and David and everything like that. All they did was take these great ancient kings that we had, strip them butt naked, and turn them into white people. You know what I mean? We got things that tell people. When you got our people that are saying, gird up your loins. Meaning we had to strap our loins to our leg to go into battle so it wouldn't get in the way. And then you make a statue of David, and the nigga look like he got an innie down there. That's an insult, man. That's a slap in the damn face. That nigga, who was it? Michelangelo made that? Little gay nigga. You gotta be ashamed of himself. Y'all see that? And then to make him naked when we didn't show our nakedness to just anybody.
You said an idiot?
Have you seen the statue of David?
It's concaved.
Yeah, you look like you got a damn Vienna sausage down there. Like cooked though. Huh?
Wow.
It's
Oh,
sick.
you posted a picture?
Yeah, you posted it? Yeah, the Venus de Milo, the statue of Venus, that's one of our women. You know what I mean? But well, actually, that's Astarte, Ishtar. That's a Babylonian woman. But now they got her as a European woman with no arms, butt naked. That's an insult, man. Even the Babylonians didn't walk around like that. And crooked as they weren't just walking around butt naked like that. But they want to paint all these historical figures as butt naked European women. Okay. Why? Because that's how Esau rolls. They was butt naked living in caves. And they still are to this day, man. They just make them cost $1 million. You know what I mean? Like that's why when you go into those real expensive houses, what do they put on there as their interior? You know, you watch those movies, the guy's rich, he comes down the staircase, and the walls are made out of what? Rock. They be looking like they're still trying to live in caves, you know what I mean? What's that movie they did where the dude was making robots in his house? He was making like androids in his house or something, but he would walk around this big expensive house and he goes into his living room and it's all made out of rock in there. They want to live that cave life, man. They still want to live that cave life because that's what they're used to. They're used to living in the mountains with the Horites. They're used to living in caves, man. That's why everything they try to do, man, is marble and stone. Like, who want to live in a marble and stone building? Marble and stone furniture. The Romans, they was in there doodling on wooden toilet seats and marble toilet seats. Who the hell want to sit on that, man?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, do that stuff in the field. When you sit down on some cushions, man. You know what I mean? Go to the Middle East and find out how they live, man. They be sitting on cushions and carpets and tapestries and all. It's everything soft in your house, man. You don't want to come in and live on no rock. Have you ever slept on a rock? David did that Joseph did that. Jacob did that. I'm sorry. Jacob did that one time. You know what I mean? Because he was stranded. Slept on a damn rock. That ain't comfortable. After that, it was tents, tapestries, cashmere. You know what I mean? What was that? Pashmina. You know what I mean? Goat fur, goat hair. Weave it together. Make me a damn tapestry. That's what I want to sleep on. You know what I mean? What, no rocks? That's their life. We got characteristics that define us, man. Y'all gotta see this. Y'all gotta really understand what type of people we were, because that's what we need to come back to, and what type of God we served. You understand?
Con.
We didn't serve no punk God. We didn't serve no little butt naked any God. We served a man of war. You understand?
Con.
Where we at?
Verse 30. Judges 11:30. And Jephthah vowed a vow unto the Lord and said, If thou shalt without fail deliver the children of Ammon into mine hands, then it shall be that whatsoever cometh forth of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. So Jephthah passed over unto the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he smote them from Arar, even till thou come to Minnith, even 20 cities, and unto the plain of the vineyards, with a very great slaughter. Thus the children of Ammon were subdued before the children of Israel. And now Yah's asking, will you please explain verse 11, verse 31? What happened to his daughter?
Who?
Right here. Now Yah's asking.
Who's that?
Jephthah.
Jephthah? Yeah. Jephthah spoke unwisely and rashly with his mouth, and made a vow to the Most High that whatever came to meet him when he got home, the first thing that greeted him when he came home, he would sacrifice to the Most High as a burnt offering. So he went, and the Most High went with him and helped him whoop these people. And when he got home, his daughter came and greeted him. I don't know what the hell he thought was going to come greet him at the door, like his favorite puppy or something.
Like, you don't keep cattle in your house.
You can't sacrifice dogs to the Most High anyway. His daughter came and greeted him at the door with timbrels and playing music and you know, celebrating the victorious hero. And now he had to sacrifice her to the Most High on a burnt offering because he made a vow. And you know, he let her know because he was sad. Obviously, that was his only daughter, and she had no children. She had never known a man, so she hadn't even, you know, got to be married yet or anything like that. So obviously he was sad about that. And he was like, you know, and she's like, "What's wrong with you? You just won." He's like, "Well, I made a vow to the Most High, and now I gotta accomplish it." She's like, "Well, let me go mourn my virginity. Let me go bewail my virginity for 40 days with my friends, and then I'll come back and you fulfill your vow to the Most High," because she was more righteous than his dumbass. Yeah. See that? She was like, "Listen, you made a vow. That's what you gotta do." You see that? So again, you gotta watch your mouth when you deal with the Most High, because he will require it.
Yes, he will.
Huh?
No, I was saying yes, he will.
Oh yeah. And there's plenty of scriptures on it if y'all got them about, you know, making oaths, making vows. We've gone over the classes with it before, but it's a serious thing. It was a serious thing before with us to speak a certain word. Yeah. We didn't just utter anything out of our mouth. We knew the words that we said out of our mouth had power, and they especially had power with the Most High, because he would hold you to it. And you were to hold yourself to what you said. Y'all see that? Because you couldn't just be like, you know, how Christians do now, how sometimes how Israel do now in that slave mentality. Oh God, I know you brought it up, and I ain't clowning that, but you know, we'd be like, "Save my baby," you know what I mean? And I'll do anything you want me to do. And then next week we back drinking 40s and playing PlayStation again. Like, you said you was gonna do whatever the Most High wants you to do. Well, here's what he wants you to do. Why are you playing games? Why are you back in the club? Why are you back on the streets? Why are you back in the game? Why are you back doing what you were doing before I healed your son, before I healed your daughter, before I delivered you from your enemies? Why are you doing that? See, a lot of us, not all of us came from, you know, I'm saying those things that way because not all of us came from a nice suburban household you know what I mean, or even an urban one with a middle class family. A lot of brothers came from getting gunshot wounds and everything like that. And they was, Yahweh, please, God, please help me. Curled up in the bottom of a car somewhere, you know, while niggas was shooting at you. Talking about, please, God, help me. I do whatever you want. And then went right back to selling drugs, went right back to doing the things that your enemies came after you for.
Right.
Went right back into Esau's kingdom. Like, bro, you was a hustler before the Most High saved you. That's why niggas was trying to kill you. Why are you going back to hustling? Why are you going back to the weak and beggarly elements? Y'all see that? Some of us came from that. Some of us came from the suburban, you know, urban life or whatever, Midwest or middle class family. Why would you want to go back to that though? He delivered you from a life of monotony where eventually you was going to get to where you just want to blow your brains out. Because trust me, all these little TikTok all-stars, they ain't living the life they portraying on there. All these cats that's Instagram superstars, they're not living the life they portraying on there. They in a room every night, ready to blow the whole, let their brains meet the sky. You don't believe me? Look in their eyes. You know what I mean? Instead of just watching the video, the eyes are the window to the soul, right? You can see it in their eyes, man. They be over there with pouring the champagne on naked chicks and everything, and their eyes just be dead, glazed over, like another day at the office. But they still look like they smiling. You know, the face is like, but the eyes are just vacant.
That's true.
Why? Because it's just another day doing the same old thing. They wish there was something better, something greater for them. I don't care what, I mean, think about it. Once you get a certain amount of money, you get a lot of time to just kind of hang out. You know what happens when you hang out and do nothing? Ask Solomon. You know what I mean? You just start thinking a lot. And if you don't have the strength of spirit to guide your thoughts to thinking on the right things, you start thinking about what you actually are in the grand scheme of things. And that always makes you feel really small. Especially if you got Esau's teaching in there where they believe in outer space and galaxies and universes. You're a speck. You're not even a speck. You know what I mean? Suns are specks on their map. You know what I mean? When you start thinking like that, you're going to be like, you're going to go into what David started thinking, man. What is man that you are mindful of him? I'm just a speck out here in the universe, spinning around, flying around, whatever, toward nowhere. How is God even thinking about me? Pow! Kurt Cobain. You know what I mean? Not the new one. Not Kurt Cobain's. The one that blew his brains out with a shotgun, supposedly. That one. That's what you're going to want to do with your life. Why? Because you got time to think of what you actually are. And if you can't pull yourself back like David did, you're going to end up like Solomon. Writing Ecclesiastes. All this vanity and vexation of spirit. Really? You're like the greatest, wisest, most rich king of all time. You got 1,000 women. Every nation wants to give you their princesses. And you, vanity of vanity. All this vanity. Damn. Money don't buy happiness. Apparently. Right? Why? Because you have time to now think of what you actually are. And that's why David used to say, he's like, I'm a worm. I'm nothing. I had time to think about it, and I thought I was this great king and superhero, and you know what I mean? They writing comic books about me, calling me Superman and everything, but I'm a worm, Yahweh. Yeah. In your sight, I'm a worm. That's what you have time to think about. You know what? If you don't have the righteous spirit on you to say, yeah, but I'm God's worm. You know what I mean? If you don't have that to pull you back from the depths, you're going to blow your damn brains out, man. That's why these niggas is doing coke. You know what I mean? All the songs about how much lean they drinking. You know what I mean? I got that purple in my cup. Yeah, because you ain't got nothing in your soul. Yeah, at least you got something in your cup. You know what I mean? I hit them Xannies and bars and yeah, I'm talking like my tongue doesn't work. Yeah, why? Because you ain't got nothing in your spirit. This ain't in you. Your cup is empty, bro. We're supposed to be kings. Y'all got to realize this. I know I go on these little rants, man, but the Israel's mentality, man. Every time it's always like, is Israel a servant? Are they a homeborn slave? Why don't they think better than this? Why don't they think farther than this? Why don't they put more on the Most High and prove Him and see if He won't come through? You know what I mean? Where's the we can take the land mentality? It's always about, nah, we can't do that. Let's think realistically. Let's not, because realistically we're slaves. Realistically we're still homeborn niggas, house niggas. You understand? Let's think how the Most High did it. Let's think of faith. Let's put things to Him that we don't think we know we can't do, and see that He'll do it. I mean, come on. How many situations we've been in and you're living a life that you shouldn't be right now? Right? Me and you was just talking about that the other day, right? Yeah, like, shoot, you over here ready to buy houses now, got a family now. You know what I mean? That wasn't the life for you. Not before. Y'all see that? I was a loser, man. I couldn't close a deal with a woman for 24 years. Got the truth 3 years later, here you go. And when I got her, I was dealing with 3 at a time. It was 3 of them wanted me, and I picked her. I was like, damn. The life I'm living now, I got a grown-ass son, about to be taller than me. That's not my life. That's not where I was headed. You understand? There's many sisters in here. Y'all know the deal. Y'all know y'all want the demure woman saying shalom with the head covering on. Y'all was the one who's man. Y'all made that man want to break your teeth out. It was just a first date. You know what I mean? You sit down to a meal he paid for and talk about what you wanted from him. So what you gonna do when we go on our next date? What you gonna get me? Okay, say we've been in a relationship 10 years. What you gonna get me? Yo, you was doing all that on the first date. Like, niggas be like, okay, deleted. Right? Blocked. Why you don't love me? Y'all set niggas' clothes on fire, dumping bleach on his clothes. What was that my little brother went through? She dumped bleach in his fish tank. Dumped bleach in his aquarium. Killed all his favorite fish. Y'all was living that life. Said niggas, y'all was the one getting your ass blown across the parking lot because you dumped too much gasoline in his car. Try to light it on fire. That was that chick. Now look at you. Cleaned up, speaking properly. You know what I mean? Speaking other languages. Nobody would have thought that of you back in the day. Shalom, what is that? Oh, that's exotic. You didn't used to talk like that back in the day. You was a little ratchet hood rat. Twerking all the damn time. To anything. You know what I mean? Twinkle, little star. Twerking in the 5th grade, or kindergarten, damn. Twerking in nursery rhymes. What the hell's wrong with you? But you clean now, right? Mm-hmm. This did that to you. You can't remember. You can't forget that like our people did. That's true. This book did that to you, man. It's not just a little fairy tale book. It cleaned your ass up. Cinderella didn't do that. You know what I mean? What's all the other little Grimm's fairy tales and all that? They didn't do that for you. Tolstoy, War and Peace. I don't care how educated you were. Well, I've read Tolstoy and Nietzsche, and who gives a damn? Nietzsche ain't never cleaned up nobody. Nobody ever said, man, 10 years on crack, and all of a sudden I discovered Nietzsche. Whatever doesn't kill me only serves to make me stronger. Okay. That would just make you keep smoking crack, right? Because it ain't killed you yet. So it must be good for you. Right? Aleister Crowley. Anybody ever any of those, most of those guys are meth heads, right? Most of the people who follow him is honky ass, cracker ass meth heads. They ain't never, not one of them came up all, you know, hey, I only lost 4 of my teeth, but I got off meth because Aleister Crowley told me do as you will. Ain't no, yeah. You know what I mean? Ain't no other book on the planet. I don't care if it was white written, black written, whatever. Ain't no book on the planet beside this book that ever kept you off drugs, kept you from beating your woman, kept you from being a gangbanger. Ain't nothing cleaned up a person more than this book.
Gave you a standard.
You know what I mean? Cause even if you go into Islam, right, you bust out your Quran, you still just a nigga in a monkey suit. You still just a nigga passing out bean pies in Esau's clothes.
True.
Shaving your face, contrary to the Quran. How you take the same Quran they use it over in the Arab countries and they got big full beards, and you bring it over here to America and the nigga got to shave his face.
Always wondered that.
It's the same book, right? Just because it changed hands don't mean you get to do what you want now. Y'all see that? You go from a book to tell you, listen, go back to the Bible, follow the Hebrews, then you throw it over here and niggas got their own religion. What? No. Go back to the Bible, follow the Hebrews. Y'all see that? Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you guys steal a lot of stuff sometimes. But, I mean, borrow. Permanently borrow. A lot of stuff.
From the Egyptians.
Right. Nah, they stole it from us. It's our book. But anyway, y'all got to understand these things, right? We came from a nation of kings. We got to have standards. We got to bring ourselves back up to this book and stop following these idiots and letting them tell us what we should do. Go back to your book, the Bible. You understand? Like, oh yeah, the slave master gave us that Bible. Yeah, not according to the Ethiopians who got a 1,500-year-old Bible. Oh, they wrote that in the Renaissance. No, they didn't, because the Ethiopians got the same copy, but it's written in Amharic, and you can barely turn the pages, and they got to put towels between each page, and the book is over there for 1,500 years. So, that's long before the 1600s, where the slave master gave us their little edited version of their book, of our book. You understand? No, the Bible's not written by the white man. You're giving them too much credit. You worship the white man more than anybody else do. This Bible was written by black people, for black people, and inspired by a black God. Y'all see that? For his people. So do what it says. Bring yourself back to the standard of a king of kings. That's why the Most High wrote it. He's a king of kings. He wrote it to you kings because he's the king over kings. What king of kings is he referring to? He's referring to you. You brothers, kings. He's the king over you. Now y'all supposed to act accordingly so you could be kings over your households, over your woman, over a nation. Y'all understand? Got to get back in the book, man. Where you at?
He had asked, my question is, did he do as he had vowed and offered his only daughter?
Yeah, he burnt her alive. He burnt her alive. Read that rest of that in Judges. He burnt her ass alive.
Yeah.
Yep. He definitely did that. That's why you got to watch your mouth. There it is. Makar Gabar got it. Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thy heart be hasty to utter anything before the Most High. For the Most High is in heaven, and thou upon earth. Therefore let thy words be few. Yeah. That's why you said when you get before the Most High, you should be listening. Because you might say something stupid like, hey, whatever comes to meet me at the door, I'll give it to you. Really? That's what you want to do, bro? You don't want to think that out a little bit? Your sheep don't come greet you at the door. Your dog, if he comes greet you at the door, you can't burn him as a sacrifice to the Most High. You know what I mean? Your goldfish in the aquarium don't come meet you at the door. You're only limited to a certain amount of options right there, bro. But people that are going to be happy to see you and come greet you at the door, and all of those things are going to be things you love.
It's true.
You know what I mean? It's going to eat at your soul to do that. You're going to have to pull a Thanos on that one. You know what I mean? Where he threw his girl off the thing, off the cliff. That's going to be your life. You better watch what you say. You know what I mean? oh yeah, save my son, and I'll do anything you want, and then you don't come through, and you take your son. Like, look, the deal was, I heal your son. You do what I say. You get in class. You do this. You do that. That was the deal. That's the deal you made. So yes, your son don't have cancer, but he's bashed over in traffic. And like I said, I don't want to make that too personal. I keep saying that. I keep bringing that up. My bad. But, you know what I mean? You got to make sure your vows, you come through on your end. Because that's why we're in the condition we're in right now. Right? After everything in Deuteronomy. Listen, if you don't do this, this will happen to you. You'll run from your enemies. You'll come before your enemies 7 ways, or 1 way, and flee from them 7 ways. If you don't do this, your enemy's going to be the head over you, and you're going to be the tail, man. You're going to be where the doo-doo comes out. Well, true. And then afterward, Amen. All that you have said, we will do. And we said it with force, too. You know how niggas like to vow. Man, bet everything you said, man, I got you. Okay, nigga. Okay, nigga. That's why after all of that, the Most High went up with Moses like, listen, when you die, they're going to do everything we just told them not to do. So, when that happens, this is what you do. Y'all see that? Why? Because niggas, they hype men, man. They capping all the damn time. Capping. He already knew us. Y'all see that? Another Israelite characteristic. Capping.
So true.
Right?
Yeah, so true.
If you thought this was white people, no, sorry. If you thought this was them little yarmulke wearers, no. When you was reading Deuteronomy and they was like, all that you have said we will do. Okay, that could be white people. But when you flip the page and they was down there butt naked dancing before a golden calf, oh, that's niggas. Yeah, this is definitely not white people in this book. This is black people. This is Mexicans. You know what I mean? That's a real Mexican thing to do right there. You know what I mean? That's an Argentinian right there. That's a Colombian for your ass. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, man. Oh, yeah, I got you, bro. Right? Whatever you say, man. I'm on it. Take your car over there to was it Quick Care, Auto Care? Car Motive. That's when we been taking our car for a while. This car will lie their ass off right in front of you. You can literally watch it just fall off while they talking to you. Like, nigga, you ain't fixed my squeaking wheel in my car, my squeaking belts in my car. Y'all still hear it, right? When I pull up, that's them every time I go there. Yeah, man, we did this, we did that. I take it to Derek, and he like, nah, man, they ain't even line it up. Look, take it back. I take it back. They bring it back in the garage. Yeah, man, yeah, we whipped it all up, bro. Like, nigga, this is Israel, man. You an Israelite indeed. In whom is too much guile.
Too much.
You know what I mean? You making me want to lose my temper right now. That's how Israel do. They'll lie right to your face, man, and be on a hype status, man. Be capping hard. Yeah, nigga, I put 8 niggas in the ground yesterday, man. I just on the way here. You know what I mean? I had a fight like, it was like 14 of them. You know your woman whooped your ass before you came here? You know what I mean? You know she beat you up because you said you was going out with the brothers? Stop acting, stop capping. That's what we do. If you ever thought this Bible was about white people, you was messed up. You didn't read it well enough. You just didn't flip the page. You picked what you wanted to pick. This is all niggas. You know what I mean? This is all La Raza, man. This is all our people. Y'all gotta see it, man. Y'all gotta see it. Where you at?
Yes, sir. We're going to be jumping to John chapter 2, verse 1. Book of John chapter 2, verse 1.
So yeah, for Dawa, yeah, I just finished that in Judges. Yes, he does go on and sacrifice her. She bewails her virginity in the mountains 40 days, brings her friends with her, and then afterward, it becomes like a kind of national custom. For 40 days, the women would bewail Jephthah's daughter, and in memoriam. It became a custom in Israel, and then we turned it into, when we got around the nations, we turned it into 40 days of weeping for Tammuz, which is the Babylonian son of Nimrod, who got killed by a wild boar supposedly, and the Babylonians worshiped him for 40 days. We turned our weeping for Jephthah's daughter into 40 days weeping for Tammuz, and started baking cakes to the Queen of Heaven, her mom, or his mom, Ishtar. Get a book called The Two Babylons. The brother, he confronted me about quoting about the crowns on their head. It's in this thick ass book right here, and I can't find it because I read it years ago, and I haven't read it. I haven't been studying up on it, but I get a lot of my information from a lot of books. All right, if you come to my house, I got 2 libraries, one upstairs, one downstairs, of books that I've either skimmed through or read or whatever. And so unfortunately, I didn't memorize every book and page. Some I did, some I didn't. So it comes out of this one though, that High Priest Yeshaya put together, and it's an amalgamation of history books, world encyclopedias. Josephus is in there, quoted a lot, biblical scriptures, pictures, books like J.A. Rogers. Y'all heard me quote a lot. Sex and Race, J.A. Rogers. What's the other J.A. Rogers? Nature Knows No Color Line. Babylon and Timbuktu. All the books we use in class, and some we didn't know about until High Priest Yeshaya introduced us to, is that book right there. Y'all see that? So, and it's even got a little damage. The back part finally fell off of this. I got to get this redone, because this was $500 to put together. But he took a lot of time. These elders, they take a lot of time and a lot of research, man. And it takes a lot of time and research just to get into what they wrote. You know what I mean? So, there's a lot of information up here, because I did that. I put a lot of energy into studying, man. I took my waking hours, instead of going to the club and stuff like that, I went into study since I was a child. So a lot of stuff you hear me say, you might not even get it until you go to the library. You know what I mean? You might run across it in a random library book and be like, oh yeah, Paul talked about that. And that's because when I was a kid, I would check out books by the stack. You know what I mean? Like my grandpa would take me over to the library. We wasn't going on Ferris wheels all the time and stuff. He took me on a fishing trip here and there, and we go to the library. Boom. Get you a stack of books, join the summer book club. That's what kids did when I was young. We wasn't on iPads all day. You know what I mean? We was in them books. So if I talk about Navy SEALs and Navy frogmen and the frogmen of World War II, and you don't know what I'm saying, ask me. Then I'll tell you, go to the library, get the book. You know what I mean? But that stuff is all in here from study, to show yourself approved by the Most High. All right? But yeah, it's in this book, or Josephus, or some other book, talking about where they put the little cobra snake thing on their crowns. It's in one of these books, so yeah.
All right. This is John chapter 2, verse 1. And the third day, there was a marriage in Cana of Galilee, and the mother of Yahushua was there. And both Yahushua was called and his disciples to the marriage. And when they wanted wine, the mother of Yahushua saith unto him, They have no wine. Yahushua saith unto her, Woman, what have I to do with thee? Mine hour is not yet come. His mother saith unto the servants, Whatsoever he saith unto you, do it. And there were set there 6 water pots of stone, after the manner of the purifying of the Jews, containing 2 or 3 firkins apiece. Yahushua said unto them, Fill the water pots with water, and they filled them up to the brim. And he said unto them, Draw out now, and bear it unto the governor of the feast. And they bare it. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine.
So here's the miracle. Somebody brought him a little cup, and he was like, right? and it turned into wine? Nah, I said like 6 guys all had to, 6 grown men carrying pots of water, right? I gotta find out how much a firkin is, but 6 grown men having to carry a pot apiece of water. Brought that in. And all the water in every pot turned into wine.
Good wine at that.
So this is something that's like verifiable. Hey man, you was carrying one of them pots. Did he put something in there? Was that water we had in there? Yeah. You didn't pour no wine in there? Nah, hell nah. That nigga's, he a trip, man. I'm gonna bring him to my party. Can I book him? Because we all carried a pot of water each separately to that brother. And we all ended up with a big ass pot of wine separately. It tasted good as hell. Party was lit after he brought that water in. You know what I mean? Like, you got the best wine.
Yep, God.
I looked up a firkin.
Yeah.
A firkin is about 9 gallons. That's a firkin.
And that's 6 firkins per pot that they brought in. 6 times 9? 50 what?
56.
56? No, 6 times 9 is 54.
54. My bad. My bad.
Nah, it's 54, right? So, okay, 54 gallons. That's basically your trash can that you take out to the trash. Each one of these men was carrying. Full of water.
Wow.
Were we little people back then?
Strong.
Nah, him strong. Right? Each one of these brothers was carrying, more than likely it was a clay pot, makes it a little heavier. Gotta add a little more weight for those big clay pots.
I said it was out of stone.
Oh, out of stone, even better. Stone pots that held 54 gallons apiece.
Yeah, it says water pots of stone.
Brought in by 6 brothers. 54 times 6 now. How many gallons are we dealing with? Huh? 384? Sounds about right. 384 gallons. That's a fish tank, man. That's the good size fish tanks. 384 gallons? That's... I'm young. I don't know how many of y'all know fish tanks. I'm sorry. 384 gallons is big.
Yeah, that's a lot of water.
That's when you go to the museums, or when you go to the rich people's houses and they got that fish tank to go from the floor to the ceiling. That's about 384 gallons. You know what I mean? That one to take up a whole corner in your living room. That, well, if you're rich in those big mansion houses and to take up the whole corner of your living room, you know what I mean? Stuff like Akon would have in his house. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I mean? Who's big now when they do like MTV Cribs type stuff? They got that big, huge aquarium. You're dealing with about 300, 400 gallons right there. That's what Yahushua turned into wine with his word. Nice.
Good wine.
That's why when Moses took credit, he took the credit from the Most High, man. Because see, when you see a brother turn 400 gallons of water into wine, you gotta acknowledge that the Most High is with him. You understand? You have to say, you know what? Emmanuel, is God with us? Or as you know, Emmanuel, right? God with us. That's why he was named that. Only the Most High could turn 400 gallons of damn water into wine. And then he said, draw that out and give it to the master of the feast. Like, go ahead. That wasn't a cup of water. You don't draw out from a cup of water. Here's your cup, nigga. Right? Draw out is like, I gotta go into some buckets, man. Y'all get that? You gotta get a ladle and there you go. Here's a glass of wine for you. You're not pouring, you're not just giving somebody a cup. Y'all see this? 384 gallons. It's ridiculous, man. That's the Most High with a man. Parting the Red Sea, that's the Most High with a man. Water coming out of a rock, that's the Most High with a man. As a tool to bring that out. Y'all see this? But our people want to give glory to the man. Keep looking at the finger instead of the bull. Go ahead.
Verse 9. When the ruler of the feast had tasted the water that was made wine, and knew not whence it was, but the servants which drew the water knew, the governor of the feast called the bridegroom, and saith unto him, Every man at the beginning does set forth good wine, and when men have well drunk, then that which is worse. But thou hast kept the good wine until now. This beginning of miracles did Yahushua in Cana of Galilee, and manifested forth his glory, and his disciples believed on him. After this he went down to Capernaum, he and his mother and his brethren and his disciples, and they continued there not many days. All right.
Yeah, see, my French teacher, he told me when he went to Morocco, when he would go to Morocco, and Morocco obviously being named after the Moors, which is Israelites that fled up north into North Africa. He was hanging out with the Moroccans, and the Moroccans would serve you coffee. They'd make you coffee, and you get in these little cups, and it was super strong as hell, like knock you on your ass strong. You know what I mean? But after a while, the coffee would, they would add, to fill up the thing where it was steeping, they would just pour water in there. They wouldn't keep adding coffee. So after a while, if you're a guest they didn't like there, you would end up with damn near a cup of water. It's hot. Because they were just giving you, they were telling you it's time to leave. You know what I mean? It's like their inadvertent way of telling you it's time to leave. So you would end up with just this cup of water. For one, because the coffee had already hit you strong, I'm not going to keep serving you strong-ass coffee, right?
Yeah.
Now you got to water that down a little bit. Plus, it had already took your taste buds out, so you ain't going to mind if there's a little water in there, right? You just drink it. So after a while, you'd end up, if you were a guest they didn't like, you'd end up with basically a cup of water. But if you're a guest they like, they put on new coffee for you. So you would have this nice, strong coffee still every time, but you would be getting little amounts. You get in this little tiny cup, little metal cup, right? This is the same custom. This was an Eastern custom. When you first went to the feast, you was getting that strong wine, that good, the bouquet. I can smell the oaky flavor and the rose petals or whatever the hell they put in that wine, right? The peaches or whatever they made that wine out of, right? Yeah. You can smell all that and inhale and get a little contact high off of just inhaling the wine, right? But then after a while, they're like, these niggas drunk, they ain't gonna know the difference. Cut that in half, you know what I mean? Let's save my wine. And you get this watered down half a piece of wine, you know what I mean? Mad Dog 2020. You know what I mean? You get some watered down crap. But you didn't know the difference because you was lit.
Yeah.
Y'all see that? So the custom here, he's like, whoa, this ain't that watered down crap that we end up drinking at the end of the feast. You brought the good wine out for last? What the hell was we drinking? Yahushua made 400 gallons of wine, the best wine, out of water. That's not the Most High. You don't got the Most High with him? Most High. Okay, it was Satan. When's the last time Satan got the party started? When's the last time Satan did that?
He gets the party ended.
Because like y'all went over in kids class, if he's the devil, if he's Beelzebub, and he's been casting out demons by the power of the devil, right? Mm-hmm. Then when's the last time Satan did what he did, what this man did? Like they said, the ones that defended Yahushua, they had to ask, like, when's the last time any man did what he did? You don't see no demon-possessed niggas, water in the wine. Receive thy sight. Grow your legs back, walk. Take up your bed and walk. When's the last time Satan did that for anybody? That's not Satan in a man. That's the Most High with a man. The Most High does things that benefit man. Satan does things that kill, steal, and destroy from man. You got to know the difference. You're a pastor. Every time you go there, you're broke. Every time you go there, you're not healed. You're not, all that little fake crap. I used to go up there on the stage and they would show me how they did that fake stuff, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, my friend was like, we were doing this. We were supposed to do a skit for church, and he went up there and he was supposed to act like his leg grew back, and he was like, "Oh, I know how to do that." And he came up there and he did the thing where he sits on the chair and he puts his feet out, and he's like, "Watch," and he goes like this, and he just shifted his hip a little bit, but you didn't really see it. And he had to go back and break it down. Like, no, I went like this, and you know what I mean? Because everybody thought he really did it right there in front of him. Like people were like, "Whoa, how'd you do that?" And he's sitting there, he's like, no. It was I think his name was Israel. That's what's funny about it. The little pale kids that used to be at when we were on Victory Chapel, 1080 Acoma. Huh? I think so. It either started with an A or it was like Israel or something like that. He was real pale. Kind of reminded me of Ma Warlock, but Ma Warlock's darker than him. But yeah, nah, he did that. He went up there and he was like, you know what I mean? Shifted his feet. Y'all can't see what's going on. He shifted his feet. I'm like doing it under the table, like y'all know what I'm doing.
I'm the only one that's seeing it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes
but
sense.
he did it with his hands too. He was like standing sideways like this, and then he just rolled his shoulder back like this, and it looked like, you know, his arm was short. And then he was like, yeah, that. You just do like that. Pop your shoulder up, and it looks like it grew. And that was like, I mean, it was the 80s, so everybody thought it was cool, but now, you know, now everybody got magic tricks and David Blaine walking on water and everything, so that ain't nothing. But back then it looked like, damn, you know what I mean? That's a miracle. But that's the thing is, Christ wasn't doing nothing like that. That's why everybody was saying, what man did what this man did? You see that? Your pastor's faking it, man. He's faking all them miracles and all that stuff. The Africans doing it down there in the churches, man. Like, I gotta sniff your vagina for your fertility to come back, and I gotta do all these weird things and dry hump your rib for you guys to have children and all the weird things they doing over in Africa. That's dumbass Hamite stuff, man. That don't have nothing to do with scriptures, and it's not beneficial to man. The things Yahweh Shai was doing was beneficial to the people around him, to his nation. You understand? Or it was some kind of learning experience. You're not getting that from these pastors, man. Benny Hinn waving his jacket in the air with all the Street Fighter sounds. You ain't getting that from them. You ain't getting real healing from them. Definitely confusion. Yeah. God, Most High is not the author of confusion. You know what I mean? If all you're doing is losing money, you're in the wrong church, man. If you ain't getting knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, if you ain't getting edification, if you ain't getting real healing, you're not in the right place. I mean, what else do you need? What else do you need said? Where we at? Let's get back.
We're at Judith. We're going to Judith, chapter 2, verse 1.
Little disclaimer, I'm only really saying that because it looks like it's about to rain outside again. So, y'all setting up for street teaching?
Yeah.
So we started getting cloudy.
Judith chapter 2, verse 1. And in the 18th year, and 22 day of the first month, there was talk in the house of Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, that he should, as he said, avenge himself on all the earth. So he called unto him all his officers and all his nobles, and communicated with them his secret counsel, and concluded the afflicting of the whole earth out of his own mouth. Then they decreed to destroy all flesh that did not obey the commandment of his mouth. When he had ended his counsel, Nebuchadnezzar, king of the Assyrians, called Holofernes, the chief captain of his army, which was next unto him, and said unto him.
So we're in the book of Judith, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
Judith chapter 2, verse 5. Thus saith the great king, the Lord of the whole earth, Behold, thou shalt go forth from my presence, and take with thee men that trust in their own strength, of footmen, 120,000, and the number of horses with their riders 12,000. And thou shalt go against all the west country, because they disobeyed my commandment. All right, you'll take over and finish up that chapter.
I don't know RS Vault, but I don't know what scripture you're talking about. You said, I'm getting married. Is this the best passage to use in the gospel? For the marriage feast thing, or I don't know what you mean. Exchanging rings is pagan. Most of the stuff they do in what you call marriages today, it's pagan. It comes from pagan customs, and not just pagan like they don't believe in Christ, but pagan like it's meant to go in worship to demons and other gods. So yeah, I'm not sure what scripture you were asking about for our as well, but our wedding feasts back then were feasts before or after the couple had already consummated the marriage, and it was more just a celebration that, hey, they did that. All right, it wasn't like today where she got to dress in all white and then he got to wear the tux and they exchange little diamond rings, and that's all like Egyptian paganism. All right, the Egyptians, they used to wear a ring to symbolize, the circle of life, basically, and it will be a snake eating its own tail. So it's like kind of like this repetitive cycle of life, supposedly, and all kind of crazy BS. But that was done. A lot of the ceremonies you got today. Again, read books like The Two Babylons. Read go Google the ancient customs. Fossilized Customs is another good book where you find out about these ancient pagan rituals, man, and how they try to turn them into make them look innocent, but you're still worshiping Astarte and Nimrod and all these Babylonian gods. You're basically worshiping a lot of Babylonian gods. So you got Fossilized Customs, The Two Babylons by Arthur Hislop, and then, like I said, Google. A lot of stuff you can Google this stuff, and it'll be common knowledge now. But yeah, I don't know if you want to use the wedding feast of Cana to say we had feasts or we drank wine, that's cool. But to say it symbolizes the way we get married now, not the same thing. All right. So we're in Judith, you said?
Yes, sir. Chapter 2, verse 7.
Judith chapter 2, verse 6. There we go. That's what's going to happen. Where'd I go? Okay. That's basically what's going to happen. All right. Judith chapter 2, verse 7, you said?
Yes, sir.
And thou shalt declare unto them that they prepare for me earth and water. For I will go forth in my wrath against them, and will cover the whole face of the earth with the feet of my army, and I will give them for a spoil unto them. I got to break right there because these are a lot of idioms and phrases. These are how black people talk, man. But back then, you understand? Let's look at it literally. Give me earth and water. Okay, here's some dirt, here's some water. Right? No, what did he want? He wanted a symbol that you were giving him your nation. That was a symbolism that you were giving your nation over to him. I get all the earth and all the water I can see. Y'all see that? Okay. That's in this other book here. The Adams synchronological chart or map of history, right? It shows you, right, like on the second page, that we used to use symbolisms. People used to use symbolisms back then. So stuff wasn't all literal, all right? Let's see. First page. Second page. Yeah, this thing. Alex refuses to pay the tax of 1,000 gold 1,000 gold eggs, Darius sends him a bat, a ball, and a sack of small seeds. This is King Darius. Persians and Medes, Darius, right? And so, what the hell does a bat, a ball, and a sack of small seeds mean? That's an insult. That's this, back then. You understand? Watch. Check it out. Let's see. The two first to ridicule his youth. Right? So he gave him a little boy's bat to ridicule him for being young. And the last to represent the great numbers of the Persian army. So he gave him a sack of small seeds. Like, if you can count this, that's how big my army is. Y'all see that? I'm trying to see if it went into what he said in the middle.
I know I can let out.
Yeah, but it doesn't continue over there. So the first two ridicule his youth. So the bat and the ball was like, go play. You know what I mean? Go play, little boy. Right? And the last to represent the great numbers of the Persian army. Like, if you don't go play, little boy, I'm coming with this. Y'all see that? That's how they talk back then. It's symbolism. So when he said, bring me earth and water, just like he did in the movie 300, that's where they steal everything from, is our histories. They stole it from Josephus and they steal it from the Apocrypha, and then they make a movie out of it, and we pay $7.50, $14, whatever, to go watch them imitate us. Because he asked for the same thing that Persian messenger asked for when he came to Leonidas, right? Bring me earth and water. That's how they talked back then. Earth and water was symbolism. Y'all get that? So, because the reason I'm breaking that down, man, because you got a lot of people that don't understand the scriptures. They don't understand symbolism like that, or how people talked in the East back then. And so they go trying to read this book and act like they understand it. There's a pastor right now that's out there with a video saying that Abraham was allegorical. He didn't actually exist. Because Paul said, which things are an allegory? When he was talking about the two children that was born of Abraham, Ishmael and Isaac. He said those things. Paul was saying these things are an allegory, meaning them being born in the condition that was happening is a representation of what's happening now. Just like the sister back there had something happen in real life that was an allegory for what the scripture said, the wicked are a ransom for the righteous. That's what Paul is saying, right? That it happened in real life and it was representative of these things, right? Of Israel not being the bond slave child. You know what I mean? That's for the Arabs. That's what Paul was saying. But this preacher is going around saying that's allegorical. The whole book is allegorical. So now he got people throwing their Bibles in the trash because they think it was fairy tales because this stupid ass preacher said it was allegorical. When the man says earth and water, it was a representation that you gave over your land. And so when that messenger came to that king, he didn't just tell him, oh yeah, they said okay. You know what I mean? No, he brought him earth from that land and water from that land. And he gave that over to the king. You'll see this? Where we at? Oh, just like, again, his army's feet didn't cover the whole earth. Right? There wasn't Persian and Mede army in Antarctica just stomping around in the snow, hanging out with penguins and stuff. Right? Nah, he meant, listen, we're going to have so many soldiers, it looked like the whole earth got swallowed up. And the Persian and Mede army was known for that. They had a lot of people. Y'all see this? Let's see.
Was that like in 300 when he said that he would cover the moon with when they threw the
Black out the
arrows?
sky.
Yeah. Is that that?
The entire movie of 300 was stolen from the scriptures.
Wow.
The Lacedaemonians, they called them Spartans in the movie.
Yeah.
They were called Lacedaemonians. All right, they were known. If you go into the Apocrypha in Maccabees, he talks about the Lacedaemonians. Those were the Spartans. They were Jews that fought for the Greeks. And they put them on the front line because they were the toughest niggas on the planet. They were just bad. You know what I mean? They really lived like they did in 300. They dedicated their whole life to that. But we're known for that through history. The Sakari, they would kill people with these blades, and they would mix them on the crowd. And next thing you know, some nigga just wind up without a heart.
They were assassins.
Yeah, they were assassins. You know what I mean? There was the Zealots. We have the Zealots. They were one of the last ones to stand against the Roman army up in Masada. They were badasses. These cats were. We had there was another one Josephus talks about, but they were a sect of Hebrews that were so dedicated to the old laws, the Mosaic laws, you know, and fasting and stuff like that they basically didn't have sex. They didn't think it was a bad thing. They just didn't have sex. They didn't mess with women because they thought it would decrease their spirit. We had badasses in our camps. You know what I mean? We had different sects that believe in different things, just like now. You got ones that want to wear all purple. You got ones that want to wear all white. They ain't none of them really going to the extreme of, except that one guy that, you know, said that it's a sin to impregnate your woman. It's a sin to ejaculate in your woman.
Yeah.
But we got all them crazy people from back then. They're still alive now. You understand? They're still with us now. We had all them different sects of people. But yeah, 300, that was a sect of our people that were just dedicated to war. I mean, strictly dedicated to war. You didn't even greet them. You know what I mean? But yeah, you read about the Lacedaemonians. If you get something that's going to tell you any truth about it, they're going to be all black. They're going to have afros. When you go to the archaeological digs and stuff like that, the people that conquered the Greeks and stuff like that, or the people that conquered the Persians and things like that, you're going to find out that Greek army, the Spartans, they were Lacedaemonians, which you read about in the book of Maccabees. They were our people, Jews. Where does it say that, man? I just read
12.
You got it. 12. You read Maccabees, you're gonna find a lot of deep stuff. We made pyramids. You know what I mean? We did that. All right, we did that for our dead. That's how you know we're the same people, because in the Maccabees, we're still building pyramids. There ain't no other part of the Bible where you go and the Egyptians were building pyramids. After we left, how come they're not? And Moses, the whatever, built the pyramid to himself. You don't hear about nobody else building pyramids. Why? Because we left. We're the ones that invented pyramids. We were making that for them. They put us to bondage, and we made what we knew, and they were like, yeah, I like that. I'll commission you to do that, even though I'm not going to pay you at all, and I'm going to whip you until you finish. They took credit for that. Just like America, right? Who built the White House?
Black man.
Wasn't white people. It was black people that got told and whipped to paint the house white. Who built the Statue of Liberty? The French. Who'd they build it to, though? Black queens. She was originally black, and when they brought her over to America, they made her a European woman. They made her the European god, Europa. But originally, she was dedicated to a black goddess, Astarte, Ishtar, blah, 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 who was painted with those 9 or 6 points or whatever coming out of her head, like the sun was shining from her body. It's a demon. So, but she was originally painted black, and she wasn't painted with all that crap they got with her now. I think she was she had a torch and a Bible, something like that. I forgot. But yeah, she was originally a black woman, but they took credit for that, made her European. This is how you know this place is spiritually Sodom and Egypt, like it says in Revelation. They're identifying themselves for you.
That's true.
But yeah, they didn't invent nothing. 300 is all stolen out of. Every time I read Josephus and Maccabees, I'm like, they just stole the whole plot of 300. The whole plot of 300 was from this. You know what I mean? They stole a lot of stuff. Game of Thrones, Josephus. This nigga sleeping with this nigga and all Josephus was writing about was the ancient Romans. The Tyrians, remember Tyrion Lannister and all that? The Tyrians are a family of the Romans from Josephus, the historian. All the stuff that was going on in Game of Thrones, except the dragons and all the other crap they added. It's stories from Josephus. Then Josephus was telling about the Romans. It's stuff that was in Maccabees. They stole and put on the big screen, and we're paying for it. They're mooching off us. They didn't invent nothing. Yeah. All they do is steal other people's stories and put them on the screen. Where we at? Verse 8. So that their slain shall fill their valleys and brooks, and the river shall be filled with their dead, till it overflow. And I will lead them captives to the utmost part of all the earth. See, this is big boy talk right here. Where am I reading to?
In the chapter.
To 3? Okay. Thou therefore shalt go forth, and take beforehand for me all their coasts, and if they will yield themselves unto thee, thou shalt reserve them for me till the day of their punishment. But concerning them that rebel, let not thine eye spare them, but put them to the slaughter, and spoil them wheresoever thou goest. See, that's how he would talk. That's how kings would talk. If you're ready for war, you talk like a warrior. You don't back out and put it on Twitter. You know what I mean? You don't Twitter something, big boy talk on Twitter, and then where was that? We're gonna rain hellfire on what happened with Korea. What happened with all that? He was tough talking, right? Trump was big boy talking. We'll rain hellfire on you, right? Then Korea was like, yeah, but we got nukes. Oh yeah, you know what? We need to stop the Asian hate. Biden, right? Now we gotta stop Asian hate crime bill when we was just gonna nuke them off the damn planet. That's little boy talk. That's F boy talk. You know what I mean? When you start going out there talking all big and they come back like, oh, they got nukes? You know what? You know what? We need to stick up for these Asians, man. There's an Asian guy get beat up? Oh my God. We gotta help them. Yeah, before they nuke your ass off the planet. Because they will not play. They ain't gonna sit there and talk. They just push the button.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Chinese are sitting over there eating dogs and bats and everything. You think they give a damn about people? They'll take your cute little puppy.
Sure he does.
You know what I mean? These sisters will be over there paying $600 for one of the little Pomeranians and little fluff balls. And, right? And them niggas are, they'll eat that nigga raw. You think they're playing with you? They got their finger on the button on wish a nigga would mode, and you think they're playing with you. Koreans? I watched a video, this chick, their women will eat a live octopus. Alive! Trying to save itself by sucking onto their face. And they'll sit there while he's still flapping around on their face with his tentacles sucking on it. They pull his tentacle off and he got little dots from them eating a meal. You think they playing with you? No. When Trump found out they had nukes, guess what? You know what? I'm good. I'm gonna act like I'm fighting for this office, but Biden, you got this. Come in with that Stop Asian Hate bill. If you think the president's changed, man, the presidents are the mouthpiece for the mind of America. So the mind went from big boy noise, right, to they got nukes. Okay, we ain't gonna say it out of this same mouth. We're gonna say it out of this mouth. Stop Asian hate. Why? Because they got nukes. They'll kill you. Their army guys are over there. Their army guys ain't training. Hey, let's let women in the military and give them rights. Their army guys are all men. You know what I mean? And if they got a woman, she's like the elite guard, and she breaks bricks with her face, looking at them. You know what I mean? She give a dirty look, brick just shattered. You know what I mean? These niggas will train. You have to watch them Korean army training videos, man. These niggas will do 8 flips in the air, land on a brick with their nose, and bust it in half like some Dragon Ball Z crap, and you think they're playing with us. That's all you gotta see to know that if they got nukes, leave them alone. You know what I mean? You know what? Let's let them make movies over here. You know what I mean? Let's start putting them in the background as buck-tooth chinks. You know what I mean? They're not going to be the guy upstairs yelling, "Turn your music down!" No, they ain't that now. You know what I mean? Now they stop. Now they crazy rich Asians. See that?
Yeah.
Back when Bruce Lee was coming up, it was, turn your music down! With Marilyn Monroe and all that, right? The dude with his teeth out, right? That's what was bugging Bruce Lee. Now it's, oh yeah, you know what? We're not just going to make them the sidekick. They're not just ninja assassins every time we see them. They're not just the sidekick that knows karate on Green Hornet now. No, now we give them the leading role. They're the handsome guy that the woman hooks up with. And they get to have long-lasting, non-interracial relationships. Isn't that something? A Chinese man gets a Chinese woman, and they have a successful, non-gay, non-weird, binary, weird-ass marriage with no acronyms in it. That's fantastic. Where did we get this change of heart from when we were about to nuke their ass off the planet? Right? What happened to we gotta watch out for China, we gotta watch out for Korea, we gotta watch out for anybody with slanted eyes and eats noodles? Right? Japan, everybody's on they all suspect. So now we gotta stop Asian hate crime bill before we gotta stop black hate crime bill. Before we gotta stop letting the cops beat up Mexicans that are just trying to come over and escape starvation or
so true.
cartel violence. Like, we're not dealing with desperate marauders over here. We're dealing with cats that they leaving from cartels that are so badass that they got the police quitting their jobs in droves.
Working for them.
And coming over to work for them. You know what I mean? There was one way back when I was reading about it when it first came out, but it was a whole police station. They try to go up against this, they try to do this little, we're going to war against the cartels. Them niggas came up and shot up the police station with AK-47s. There was holes all in it. It looked like the good Swiss cheese you buy from the store. You know what I mean? Where you hardly got any cheese, you just got all holes. It looked like that. Damn. Them niggas all quit. Like, they came and seen that and was like, the ones that were alive were like, nah, we're good. We're going to work for them, not against them. And the people there are just trying to live. They're leaving out of that. And you coming over there shooting them at the border because they crossed your imaginary line? They climbed over your little gay fence you built and came over to the northern part of their own land? Yeah, that's a bully, man. That's a bully. That you back down whenever somebody show they got bigger balls than you? You a bully. You know what I mean? Like, that was something I could never abide when I was in school. I was beating up bullies like left and right. Sorry, that's a lot of times where I got suspended. I got suspended 8 times in a semester just on bully crap. You know what I mean? This dude came out, he thought he was a big boy noise, punched me in the nose. I came out when he didn't even know it was coming. I just walked up to him, kicked him in the nuts, and walked off. Got suspended. You know what I mean? Back in the principal's office. That's how men act. You know what I mean? Little punks sit there and talk all big, and then when you put them to the test, back down and serve you. So all this is big boy talk right here. You understand? They stole this from black people. The Persians and Medes were black. They weren't Israel, but they were black. The people he's talking to, telling them to turn us over. And if you find Jews in your land, kill them. Those people were black people. You understand? Not every black person is an Israelite, and not every Israelite is a black person. Y'all got to realize that for everybody that's online. Y'all got to realize not all Israelites are black. But not all black people are Israelites either. All right? 3, where are we at?
Verse 9, 11.
3 and 11? Oh, it blew my page over, that's why. Okay. No, where are we at? What chapter are we in? 2 verse 11, okay. But concerning them that rebel, let not thine eyes spare them, but put them to the slaughter, and spoil them wheresoever thou goest. For as I live, and by the power of my kingdom, whatsoever I have spoken, that will I do by my hand. And take thou heed that thou transgress none of the commandments of thy Lord, but accomplish them fully, as I have commanded thee, and defer not to do them. So this is Holofernes, all right? He talking like he the Most High, right? Like if you read this right in the middle, you would think the Most High was talking. That's how kings talk. You understand? We talk like we were the voice of the Most High back then. Because oftentimes they were. All right? All this that you're reading, it's of the hand of the Most High. The Most High is the one that raises up kings. He brings them up. He lets kings rule and brings them down. You understand? That's his work. Verse 14. Then Holofernes went forth from the presence of his Lord and called all the governors and captains and the officers of the army of Asher. And he mustered the chosen men for the battle, as his Lord had commanded him, unto 120,000 and 12,000 archers on horseback. And he ranged them as a great army is ordered for the war. And he took camels and asses for their carriages, a very great number, and sheep and oxen and goats without number for their provision. And plenty of victual for every man of the army, and very much gold and silver out of the king's house. Then he went forth in all his power to go before King Nebuchadnezzar in the voyage, and to cover all the face of the earth westward with their chariots, and horsemen, and their chosen footmen. A great number also of sundry countries came with them like locusts, and like the sand of the earth, for the multitude was without number. And they went forth of Nineveh 3 days' journey toward the plain of Bechteleth. So now you get into like, what's Jonah's problem? Why is Jonah tripping about Nineveh? They're our enemies. The Most High sent him to warn our enemies that he was going to destroy them. Why? Just kill them. Right? These are the same niggas who are storming us and trying to tell our enemies to kill us and all this stuff. Hell no, kill them, Yahweh. Look. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go somewhere else, and you do whatever the hell you wanted to do with Nineveh. Right? Why the hell you want me to go warn them? I ain't no sellout. I ain't no snitch. Right? That's black people ways, right? Do what? Oh, nigga, you tripping. I'm going on vacation. I ain't going to be a prophet no more. I'm going sailing. Right. You know what I mean? I'm going fishing. I'm going fishing. Right? We said a lot of movie titles. I don't even know if y'all remember me. That's what he going to do. This is what was wrong with Nineveh. This is what Jonah's problem was with Nineveh. All right? Let's see. And they went forth of Nineveh, this is verse 21. And they went forth of Nineveh 3 days' journey toward the plain of Bechteleth, and pitched from Bechteleth near the mount in which is at the left hand of the upper Cilicia. Then he took all his army, his footmen and horsemen and chariots, and went from thence into the hill country, and destroyed Phud and Lud, and spoiled all the children of Rasses, and the children of Ishmael. Right? Black Arabs. These were all black nations. Phud and Lud is Put. All right, Put the North Africans, right? For y'all to take them to test. Lud, those are more Africans. Rasses, right? These are Egyptians. He's destroying these cats. And the children of Ishmael, which were toward the wilderness at the south of the land of the Chaldeans. Then he went over Euphrates and went through Mesopotamia and destroyed all the high cities that were upon the river Arbonai till you come to the sea. And he took the borders of Cilicia and killed all that resisted him, and came to the borders of Japheth, which were toward the south, over against Arabia. He compassed also all the children of the Median, and burned up their tabernacles, and spoiled their sheepcotes. the Medians, or Medians. That's the Midianites. Remember Jethro or Ruel, right? Moses' father-in-law, he killed those people. You understand? These are the people he's going through and killing, man. He's just slaughtering them. That's why when you get into the movie 300, all he had to do was come with the skulls of all them dead kings, and everybody was supposed to just give up that earth and water. That was how it went. He showed the skulls, reared that horse up, and they brought him that earth and water, and then they left him alone. You're now a tributary to this army. Y'all see that? This army that covers the whole earth. Ain't that what they were worried about in the movie? In 300, they were like, his armies cover the whole earth, and they're like the sand of the sea, and blah 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 blah. All this stuff, they just stole all those phrases from the Bible. Y'all see this? It's crazy, man. If you ain't watched 300, watch it. It's all you read about is our people fighting and helping the Greeks out. Does that sound familiar? World War II, World War I, right? Those are all niggas. The statues are the white boys, but those are all black people. From the sands of Iwo Jima all the way to the D-Day invasion was our people. You understand? Right. And if you don't know what those places are I just said, you don't have to go to the library. I can't give it all to you. You know what I mean? You're going to have to watch some movies, man. Thin Red Line, replace all those white faces with black faces, and there you go. That's how it went. You know what I mean? Those black bodies getting shot up on the beaches of Germany, Normandy, Germany, and we were dying by the thousands just to catch bullets for the white ones they would send in after we conquered the beach. Yeah, that's how all of that went. Why do you think all the propaganda when you went to the Vietnam War? All the propaganda wasn't aimed at Americans. It was aimed at the black man. Yep. They was telling the black man, they call you nigga, they call you this, they do this to you, come join us. That's what they was playing on the loudspeakers when we would get over there. Yep. Why would you say that to white boys? See, that should tell you right there. The white boys wasn't getting sent over there to catch all them bullets. We were. We fought for this country, man. You have niggas to thank for your freedom. That's what Uncle Sam should be. They should replace him with Uncle Ben. Where am I at? 26. He compassed also all the children of Madian and burned up their tabernacles and spoiled their sheepcotes. Then he went down into the plain of Damascus. Abraham used to be the king of Damascus. If you didn't know that, get a book called The Handbook to Life in Ancient Mesopotamia. Page 318 and 317 and 318, coincidentally, will tell you that Abraham was the king of Damascus, and his name is still inscribed there as the king of Damascus until this day. All right? I say coincidentally because page 318, talking about Abraham, is funny because he took 318 trained men to take over 5 nations, and they put Abraham on 318. Wow, that's cool. 27, right? In the time of wheat harvest, and burnt up all their fields, and destroyed their flocks and herds. Also he spoiled their cities, and utterly wasted their countries, and smote all their young men with the edge of the sword. Why? He's going after Hebrews, right? Why is he going to Damascus? Why is he going to Mesopotamia? Why is he killing all these people in these lands if he's looking for Jews? They should just be on that little Gaza Strip. All you would have to go do is go to that little strip bordering the Mediterranean Ocean and kill us all, right? Mediterranean Sea, sorry. Right? But he's going all the way into Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, to kill Jews. He's going all the way to the Midianites to kill Jews. You know what he was killing? Every little vestige where we were. we got with the Midianites, right? Numbers 24, we was dealing with the Midianite women. Right. He was killing anywhere we spread our seed at. Just if there was an idea of a Jew there, he was trying to kill us. You understand? Sound familiar? America did it. Operation Desert Storm. Right? We gotta kill these Iraqis. We gotta wait, okay, we're not going over there really killing Iraqis. Somehow you and these people that are so-called jihadists are going over and blowing up underground, long buried in the sand temples, and going in there with sledgehammers and breaking down the statues. Why is what was the ISIS, right? ISIS, who had the same exact coincidental military stance as an American soldier while they were shooting their American bought guns, were going down into those temples and in the name of Allah breaking up the statues because they didn't want any strange gods in their lands. Like, nigga, it's your land, right? You built the statue, right?
You claim it.
Nah, they was breaking up black faces. They were breaking off black faces and destroying black faces of Nimrod, of great Mesopotamian kings, Tammuz, things like that. Anything with a black face, trying to destroy any vestige of anything that resembled the Jews. Because ancient Mesopotamia was ran by us. Iraq is where, what is it called? Ebla. Ebla was Iraq. Ebla was the greatest city of Mesopotamia. It's in southern Mesopotamia, which is modern day Iraq. So all those statues were run by the man Eber. You sound familiar? Eber, Ibar. What language do you speak? Ibar Yath. You speak that language. He was the king of Aram, which is known as Mesopotamia now. So whose statues were they going down there to break? Us. Hebrews. Big old beards, right? And a lot of times they was doing statues of an angel or something like that, and these other nations started worshiping them. So you got these men with big beards with a lion body and wings coming out the back. Ain't that a description of the angels? One had a face like a lion, the other had a face like a bear, the other had a face like an eagle. These four had four faces, right? Each face had a different face. They was carving angels. Those are angel carvings back then. And they was breaking them up during Desert Storm. They was breaking them up during the other little, whatever they called it when Bush was in office. Yeah, when he was looking for WMDs, but somehow they ended up just busting statues and stealing gold. That's our gold. Those are our statues. Those are all the things where Hotep comes in and says, "Where's the proof that the Israelites were black? Where's the statues? Where's the mummies? Where's the bones at?" You're blowing them up. Y'all, the white man is over there blowing them up, dressing up like ISIS and blowing up our stuff. Y'all see that? That's where it is. Those mummies you got, all them mummies you got in the damn museum, the ones they put in the back, is the Hyksos, the Hebrew shepherd kings. There's no reason for an Egyptian to call his pharaoh a shepherd king unless he wanted to say to the pharaoh, because a shepherd was abhorred by the Egyptians. So why do you got people down there calling themselves the Hyksos and ruling your country for over 500 years? Because that was us. Y'all see that? Read Josephus. Page 400, I think it is. Read it. You know what I mean? He tell you all about it. We ruled that. So what are they trying to blow up? What are they trying to cover up when we get there? When those archaeologists, when the archaeologists get there, what are they trying to cover up? Same thing they was doing at Richard Pryor's time when he discovered it and made a skit out. You know what I mean? When he went down in that temple, and he's like, and he's going through these books, and he's like, he's like showing the two white guys, the British guys with him. Look at this. These are black people, right? He was really going in, and he's so into it. They start backing out, and they close the tomb door on him and lock his ass in there. Wow. Hey, it's one of Richard Pryor's skits, man, because that's how they bury black history. They're like, we don't want them to see that. Yeah, the Egyptians were black. Cleopatra was black. She wasn't Queen Elizabeth Taylor. You know what I mean? She was a black woman. And that Roman white boy Edomite, Mark Antony, was sprung on her. When in history do you read about a white man being sprung over any white woman? Like sprung. But you see a lot of that when they dip into that coffee. When they get the cream in the coffee, woo, they be like, should we had a couple in here? She was a Hebrew Israelite. Oh, I'm a Hebrew Israelite with you, babe.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, I'm an Edomite? Oh, okay. I'm an Edomite then. He was sprung as hell, man. He was donating everything. Just wherever that thing between her legs went, he went. They be sprung. Sarah Bartram, another historical reference. All right. They'll be talking about her to this day in France and England and all that. They ran this chick all over the country. Big old fat ass, big old breasts, just enormous. And they were like sprung off that. And they used her like a damn, like an animal at the zoo. They would just plug her from every side, and all the white men would run trains on her, do all this filth to her, and they ran her all over Europe like a tourist attraction. And now you got sisters trying to blow their backs up and their fronts up so they could look like her. Don't you know the white man is laughing his ass off at you? They like, you the new Sarah Bartram. We used to run you all over Europe. Every homie used to hit that. All us little hicks and crackers and rednecks used to jump in that. All the blue bloods used to get in that. They get sprung over our people, over our women. That's how you know these ancient historical figures are not white. They was dark-skinned people. Where we at?
227.
Here we go. Therefore the fear and dread of him fell upon all the inhabitants of the seacoast, which were in Sidon and Tyrus, and them that dwelt in Sur and Okinah, and all that dwelt in Jimnaan, and they that dwelt in Azotus and Ascalon feared him greatly. Right, so all these people, they feared this army, man. The armies of these were the Assyrians at the time, right? Asher?
Yeah, Assyrians.
Well, no. I'm sorry. These were the Persians and Medes. Persians and Medes come from the man Assur. All right, in Genesis. All right, so that's why they called him Assur in over here on, what was it, verse 10 or 11 or something? No, 14. They called him Assur, A-S-S-U-R. Wasn't the Assyrians, I think before them. Yeah. Yeah, they were 722 BC. This was the Persian Mede Empire. In like 586 BC, they conquered the Babylonians. And then 322 BC is the Greek Empire. This was between the Babylonian Empire and the, which was 586 BC. And the Persian and Mede Empire, which was, I think they were 386 or 3 something BC. I gotta get that chart back in my head. But yeah, this was before the Greek Empire, after the Babylonians came. Alright? They were fighting the Babylonians and all that. Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar. These guys were fighting each other over us, over our land. And what's funny is, Type in 722 BC on Google right now. All you're going to learn about is what the Assyrian Empire did to Israel. All these nations fighting over Israel.
722 BC.
That's all you got to type in. You ain't even got to type in Bible, nothing like that. It's just going to refer right to the kingdom of Israel being destroyed by the Assyrians and stuff like that.
Syrian captivity.
Boom. Why aren't they talking about the Chinese, the Japanese, anything like that? The only thing going on in the world was the Assyrians coming over to whoop the Israelites.
It's true.
The 80s. All the hippies and all the stuff that was, the descendants of hippies in the 80s was doing peace in the Middle East. Why do we care about the Middle East so much? What's up with Operation Desert Storm? What's up with we gotta find weapons of mass destruction? Where? In Iraq. What's up with the Crusades in the 1300s and all that? We gotta go to Jerusalem and take back the Holy Land. It was never yours. Wait, or was it? Because the Anglo-Saxons and were the angel sons of Isaac trying to take back their own land. Uh-oh. It was the Jews trying to take back their land from the Palestinians and all the different people, basically the Persians, that were still living in our land. Y'all see that? Yeah, from the Arabs that were taking over our land and all that. We were trying to fight them to get our land back. Why did the Crusades fail? Because Deuteronomy 28 told you will not see it again. Once you break these commandments, you ain't coming back to Israel. I don't care if you put little red crosses on your chest and get in steel armor. Them indigo wearing, sword buckling Arabs is going to chase you all the way back to Constantinople where you came from. Wow. All these major wars and crusades and all this stuff was all over what? Over Israel, over our land. It was either Edomites trying to get our land and claim it as their own, which they accomplished in 1946, or it was Jews, right, calling themselves Britons, calling themselves Britain, right, going over there trying to get their land back because they knew they were the angel sons of Isaac and that was our original land. Read books, all right? If you got lost with what I was saying, read books. Alright? I'm tired of niggas be getting on there like they get on TikTok. Prove that. Well, yeah, YouTube, prove that. Like, I read books. Go get a book. I'm not saying anything that you can't check out at your local library. Reading Rainbow. Right? I gotta have them sing in the background. Go take a book, take a look. It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Bar Burton told you 30 years ago, nigga. You know what I mean? Go find it in a book. That's where I got it from. All right? Read. I don't got to make this stuff up. It don't make sense to make up something while all the contemporaries are still around. That's true. Right? Like, there's still people that were alive in the days I'm talking about. They can tell you. There's still soldiers that came back from Iraq that you could go talk to and they'll tell you, hey, yeah, thought one's tripping. Or they'll be like, no, that's all right. Because where do you think I heard it from? Some of it wasn't in a book. Some of it was niggas fresh back from Iraq telling you what was going on over there. We was selling them oils and, hey, what's going on with the weapons of mass destruction? What? You guys didn't find no nukes? The goat herding Arabs didn't have any nukes over there? The guys that are living off goat milk didn't have nukes? The ones that barely have hospitals didn't have any nukes over there? No! Nah, man, we still in gold. Watch the movie Three Kings. They'll tell you what it's about. Ice Cube will tell you what it's about. Because he knows he's a Hebrew Israelite. Watch the movie. I'm not going to look at you.
Three Kings?
Three Kings.
I mean, I have to see that.
He'll tell you what it's about. They went over there. No weapons of mass destruction, but plenty of tons of gold. plenty of tons of gold for them to have to bring back over here and claim it as a white man's. They didn't get to keep it. Oh no. Plenty of opium from those Afghani poppy fields. What you think the Wizard of Oz was about? They've been planning this since Dorothy, bro. Yeah, they showed you. They've been planning that since Dorothy, bro. Since you was skipping down the yellow brick road. Yellow brick road, poppy field. I'm sorry, I'm going too conspiracy theorists on you, right? But they told you they was gonna do it. That's all I'm saying. Just like they tell you everything they doing on The Simpsons now. Yep. They told you everything they was doing on Wizard of Oz. Because she had to go down the yellow brick road, right? She had to go through the poppy fields in order to get to the wizard, right? Yeah, because that's their trip through the Holy Land. They got to go through all the gold that's in Iraq and oil, and then they got to go through the poppy fields of Vietnam and the poppy fields that was in Afghanistan and all that, in order to get to the Holy Land, where the Most High resides, his house, the wizard. Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to go too conspiracy theorists on you, because then, you know. But that's how it happened. All right, that's what they did. They showed you. Vietnam, that wasn't over communism. Right. Who the hell cares about communism? They've been having communism since the Book of Acts. Oh, what do you think mutual funds are? That's communism. We're all going to get together and invest on different things. We're going to put all our money together and make different investments on and diversify it. All they did was call communism, mutual funds, and diversification. Communism is still here alive and well in America. They've been doing it. They got it out of the Book of Acts. The communists, all right, Stalin and all them got it from the Book of Acts. So, Vietnam, the war, the Vietnam conflict, it wasn't over communism. It was over drugs. And communists was where we got all our heroin from. Yep. So the FDR, the other guy, Hoover, so he could flood black neighborhoods with drugs. Niggas didn't know about heroin until Hoover came along. And all them soldiers was shipping all that heroin back over here. American gangster, yep. Right? Real talk, real life, all right? That's historical people that your fathers and your grandfathers could tell you about. Why would I have to lie about it? You can go ask them and see if I'm lying. Oh yeah, Bumpy Johnson? Yeah, I heard of him. They're gonna tell you. We got a family member was a gangster. Down here, right, in Texas? Yeah. They'll tell you, like, family members could tell you about the stuff that was going on in the 60s and 70s. Niggas wasn't jumping on planes and going over there unless they were being shipped over there by the president with a presidential seal saying go over there and kill those little chinks or gooks, I'm sorry. I gotta use the right derogatory term, because that might be politically incorrect. They'll send them over there, kill all of them you want, and then we're gonna scrape up all them drugs out from under you, from under your dead bodies, and ship those back here, and leave your body over there. Yeah, that wasn't just who's the American Gangster guy made from? Bumpy Johnson was the guy that taught him. Frank White. Frank White. That's the one Biggie was always rapping about. He said he's the black Frank White. Frank White was black. Frank White wasn't the only one shipping the bodies back over here and stuffing the coffins with heroin. That wasn't just his idea. The American government was doing that, and they were letting him do it. Y'all see that? Until he got too big for his britches and acted like he ran all of Harlem and and was trying to go against their other friends, the Italians. But you find out that Frank Lucas. I thought it was Frank White. Yeah. Frank Lucas. Right? It wasn't until he started getting too big for his britches that they decided, oh, okay, you know what? y'all black people gotta stop doing heroin. Y'all black people gotta stop bringing heroin over here. We didn't start that. Y'all started that. Y'all started, instead of shipping our black brothers back over here to get a proper burial, you left them over there in Vietnam, blown in pieces from landmines and all that. You left their bodies over there and shipped back heroin instead of bodies. The ones you see on TV, you notice they never open the casket. They'll never show you a body. They just show you some Marines bringing them off the plane, wheel them in their coffin. You never see them open that.
Is it because there was drugs in there?
Yeah, that's how they got all the drugs here. We don't grow opium over here.
Right.
We don't grow poppy doesn't grow opium. Poppy grows in the Fertile Crescent. They call it the Fertile Crescent, which was ancient Mesopotamia, modern day Iraq, Vietnam, all that. Yeah, Vietnam is like the southern part. It would be considered southern Mesopotamia back in that day, but Elam ran that. Right. India and all that. History is big, man. Right. It's a big world going through history. And, I try to connect it for y'all so y'all know where we're going in time. Mm-hmm. Like when we read books like Judith, okay, now I know what time it was. You know what I mean? Yeah. We were in the time where the Babylonians was messing with us, the Persians was messing with us. All these people were messing with Israelites. Why? We had everything. How did all these people come up? Like, what the guy say on Troy? I turned a nation of fire worshipers and snake worshipers into a civilized nation. That's what they were before these people got to them. That's what the Persian and Medes were. How'd they come up to being Persians? Oh, I'm sorry. What are they now?
Iranians.
Turkish, Iranian, right? Yeah. They're these people now. From what? They're Palestinians now. From what? From our riches. Y'all see that? But that's it on that, right? That was it, chapter 3?
That was chapter 2.
Oh, chapter 2, I mean?
Yeah.
Ooh. Any questions?
No, I was gonna say something. Did you connect? With what you're saying there, it connects with the movie called "Kill the Messenger," with that journalist who broke open the wide open where he went to the government and he showed that they were bringing all that drugs over here and all the money. And that, man, it just blew it all out. It's a good movie. I wanted to see. It's called "Kill the Messenger."
Yeah.
You need to look at it. It's a very good movie.
Shoot, I sold oil to a guy. He told me his friend got killed because of the job he was ended up doing over there. His friend just disappeared. He got transferred somewhere and nobody ever heard his name again. You couldn't look it up, nothing. His job became to go to one place and pull a little thing out of a box, go to somewhere in South America and put that thing in a box. For that, he would get paid $10,000 every trip. As an American soldier. He said his friend was doing it. His friend told him about it. And that was the last he ever heard from his friend. And his friend wasn't supposed to tell nobody. His job was to basically pick up the slack. Put the thing in the box, take the thing out the box in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, whatever you want to call it. Come over here to South America, put it in a box. That was his job. One time, I guess his friend told him what was in it. His friend told him what he was doing and what was in it, and he never heard from his friend again, and you can't even look him up.
Yeah.
And the dude's still in his army uniform, fresh with all the soldiers coming over when we were in Colorado Springs. These guys were fresh coming back from from all the stuff Bush stirred up. But that's what they were doing over there. They was running drugs. They was using soldiers to run drugs. They were using soldiers to steal gold because America has no gold. Fort Knox, that's a myth. Ain't no gold in there unless they stole it back in Bush's time. You know what I mean?
Wow.
They said it was under the World Trade Center towers. That's again more conspiracy theory, but There ain't no gold in Fort Knox. We've been bankrupt since 1933. They're not rich. America's not a superpower. Your army sucks. The only thing they got going for them is that they're Edomites. Edomites' blessing is their sword. If the other nations get their hands on the sword that America has, and that's how you know it's supernatural. That's how you know it was a blessing of Jacob, or of Isaac. Because any other nation got better than what America got. Can make better than what America got. Yep. Can't the Japanese just take everything America has and make it smaller like they've been doing since Nintendo?
Yep.
I mean, damn. That's all they've been doing is shrinking American products, sending it back to us and selling us for 5 times what it is. And it's smaller. You know what I mean?
It probably works better too.
Yeah. Hey, we got a sat phone. Oh, hey, we took your sat phone. We call it Nokia. Here you go. $500.
It works better.
It's true, right?
Definitely works better.
All Nokia is a miniature sat phone, satellite phone that they invented in the Army in World War II.
Yep.
And them things were big as hell, and another nigga had to carry the battery pack for us.
God.
Yeah.
God.
Like, that's all it is. It's a miniature sat phone. But you're paying, he was paying how much to get a Nokia phone back in the day? $100 for a little thing like this that never broke ever? Like, oh, you ain't got the Motorola yet, the flip phone? Nah, I got the Nokia, man. Nigga won't break. I can't claim it on my insurance. Try to drown it, try to blow it up, try to run it over my cars. What was the tone? I forgot the tone for Nokia.
Oh, I'm definitely going for that.
Yeah, that was it. Yep. Boom. Hey, you couldn't kill those
Before a
phones,
bomb
man.
goes off.
Huh?
That's what you heard before the bomb went off.
Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, because that company was... No, that was Motorola.
It was Motorola?
They made the landmines and stuff. All the landmines you get blown up by, from Five Brothers. They went over there, that nigga got blown up by a landmine. Brought to you by Motorola. Yeah, all them landmines got a Motorola label on them in Vietnam. Yep. Five Brothers by Spike Lee. I've been advertising movies the whole class. And books. These niggas making money. Well, with that, we're going to conclude class, right?
Yeah.
That cat stayed with us for 3 hours.
Shemai, Lanawa, Shalach Ma'aka Allah, Wa, Ha'ala Hayam, Lashemar Al, Barak, Rapah, Magun, Wa, Aisha, Kazak, Ha'ayin, Yashar Allah. Also sent unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, much love, spiritual powers, and please forgive all our sins.
And please forgive our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee is our hope.
For in thee is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen. Oh.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Award,
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh, Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Hashem Yahweh Shai,
Ha'ayin.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahawa'ah. Talanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashat. Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll anoint at the end. This is Psalm chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing
to give thanks unto Yahweh.
to give thanks unto Yahweh
And to sing praise unto thy name.
and to sing praise unto thy name.
Our Most High.
Our Most High.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy word.
hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
how great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither do a fool understand
When
this.
the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies, O Yahweh.
Below thine enemies shall perish.
Below thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn
But my horn
shalt thou exalt.
shall thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire and mine enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against
The
me.
righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and
To
flourishing.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
Bahashem Yahweh Shai.
This is Psalm 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawad,
Hamalawad,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Matawab,
Matawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Naayam,
Naayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akyum,
Akyum,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayl,
Ayl,
Haraash,
Haraash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayl,
Ayl,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Alpayah,
Alpayah,
Madawathua,
Madawathua,
Patol,
Patol,
Karam 1,
Karam 1,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayl,
Ayl,
Harayah,
Harayah,
Tzayan 1,
Zion 1,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ath,
Ath,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
Aid,
Aid,
Ha'aywalam,
Ha'aywalam,
Amad.
Aman. Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Wada, Kamyad,
Kamyad,
Aman.
Aman.
All right, brothers, let's circle up. Sisters, have a seat, please. Men of Israel, Almighty, Barak, Yahweh, Hashem Yahushai, Barak,
Kum Yashrala.
Kum Yashrala,
Kum Yashrala.
Kum Yashrala,
Kum Yashrala.
Kum Yashrala. Get your matah, hands down. Let's rise and salute the sisters. Salute now the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Almighty, Barak.
Yahweh Shemar Thun Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
All right, get your matah, dismissed. Everybody say shalom online.
Shalom.
Shalom, y'all, shalom. Shalom.
6 chill, fool, for real, for real. Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah.